Good morning. It is Friday, January 2nd, 2020. Can you believe it? It's 43 degrees and overcast, going to be cloudy with rain this morning. We'll get to the weather in a little while. Welcome to Mornings with Bob Marrone. I am Bob Marrone. This is Radio Westchester. We are the radio station at the train station. Welcome to the program. Remember, you can listen live on, go to MyTuner.com. Go to the Radio Westchester app. You can listen to us anywhere. You can put us on your car phone. Actually, you can put us on your cell phone and then switch it to the car. You should also listen or could listen or watch on TV, if you will, on streaming, on Facebook, Instagram, Periscope, or I think YouTube. Yes, I got that right. We're also available on iTunes and Spotify. Welcome to the program. These are our headlines today. The great-grandfather who suffered serious injuries in the Monsi attack may not come out of his coma, they fear. Meanwhile, Ramaphosa calling for high-tech protection against anti-Semitism. Here in New Rochelle, a father's accused of a New Year's Day son stabbing. And in Mount Vernon, services are set for Lance McDowell, a slain former Mount Vernon football star. And one other item, we will talk with Sean Patterson Howard today, the newly elected mayor of that troubled city. And of course, the big story internationally, the United States has made a big dent in the Iranian affairs by their attack yesterday that killed a highly regarded general from Iran. So all those stories coming up and more, but first, of course, we go to the weather. Welcome to the program, and the weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. And it is time to go to the weather. And the weather today, well, it's pretty good. Well, it's not good, but it's not freezing. I don't know where the winter went. And our music machine doesn't work. I just drove a big I put an X on it. I put an X on the computer because our music program sucks. All righty, let's get moving. It's 43 and overcast, cloudy with rain this morning with a few spotty showers this afternoon. Tonight, cloudy with more rain arriving after midnight. Lows around 39. Saturday, periods of rain off and on, light to moderate. Saturday evening, the rain will end. You may actually see a snowflake or two. And then Sunday, a mixture of sun and clouds. It'll be windy, and we'll get up maybe to 48. Let me just double check that. I'm sorry. We'll have a low of 28 degrees as I try with this music machine. All righty. We can get to our top stories as soon as I get sorted out here. It takes a little bit of ingenuity, you know. All righty. Officials hope to bring a high-tech security system to the Rockland County community rocked by a bloody machete rampage that wounded 5 Orthodox Jews attending Hanukkah parties at their rabbi's house, including an elderly man now struggling to survive, as we said. Ramapo Town Supervisor Michael Specht said on Thursday that he's seeking up to $2 million in state funding to purchase a range of safety products that include the Israeli-designed Gabriel network of panic buttons, mobile apps, and computer software. The devices would link the town's schools and houses of worship with police and other first responders. Meanwhile, a concern from the family now, and that concern is that the 72-year-old great-grandfather Joseph Newman may not come out of his coma, although doctors remain hopeful. The other issue is if he does come out of his coma, will he, how much functioning will he be able to maintain? All that still up in the air. In New Rochelle, a father has been accused of stabbing and critically injuring his son during a New Year's argument in town here. This coming from Matt Spillane and Jonathan Bandler and the USA Today, and of course, LOHUD. Nelson Vargas was arrested on Wednesday and charged with the first-degree assault, a felony, according to New Rochelle Captain Cosmo Costa. The altercation took place around 3 in the morning on New Year's Day at a home on Drake Avenue. Vargas, 60, was arraigned Thursday in New Rochelle City Court, where he appeared to have a busted lip and wounds to his head and shoulder. Assistant DA Tony Gagliardi said in court that Vargas' 21-year-old son returned home that morning with his girlfriend, and that's when they got into an argument. It is 6:18. A Harrison man went to buy an airline ticket at Westchester County Airport and instead left with life-altering injuries. A notice of claim now states he wants the county to pay him at least $5 million. Why? Well, Ralph Vega filed a legal action in state Supreme Court alleging that the airport staff were negligent when he fell over a scale that apparently wasn't marked or visible. The claim demands that the county, which operates the airport, pay him at least $5 million and more if the court is appropriate or deems it appropriate. Vega says he went to the airport on August 11th to buy a round-trip ticket when he fell. It's unclear the extent of the man's injuries. As we come up now on 619. An estimated 70,000 workers who rely on tips to earn at least the minimum wage in New York will soon be required to receive the full minimum wage in addition to their tips by the end of 2020. There's one glaring exception, though: tipped food service workers who successfully beat back their inclusion because they feared a change would lead to lesser amounts of money and tips. Now, why? Supporters of the change said employers who often stiffed workers if tips didn't bring their pay up to minimum wage, which this year is $15 an hour in New York City, $13 on Long Island, and in Westchester, by the way, up here, and $11.80 in the rest of the state. How they arrived at that, well, that for another day. But the state backed off initial suggestions that the end of the sub-minimum wage would also apply to wait staff. Restaurant workers largely fought the proposal, fearing a higher minimum wage would mean fewer tips and ultimately less income. The Restaurant Workers of America said its voice was heard. And I got to roll that one around my head for a while because I wouldn't have given a lesser tip. But hey, That's just me. It is 6:21. Sean Patterson Howard, as you know, officially took office 2 days ago as mayor of Mount Vernon. That after a private swearing-in ceremony last Tuesday. She took the oath of office administered by City Judge Nichelle Johnson at the historic St. Paul's Church. A public inauguration is scheduled for 1 p.m. Tomorrow at the Nellie Thornton High School. Tickets have already been distributed, but the event will be streamed live on Facebook. And we did reach out yesterday, and we were able to book the freshly minted mayor for 9 o'clock this morning. You won't want to miss that. She has an awful lot on her plate, and hopefully not just a fresh face, but a fresh approach to a troubled city. Sean Patterson Howard, she'll be with us at 9 o'clock. We go national now. The head of Iran's elite Quds force was killed in a U.S. airstrike at Baghdad International Airport on Friday, a blistering attack that left the warmonger's body torn to pieces, officials said. This in the Post today, although I don't know why they called him a warmonger, but they did. General Hussam Soleimani died in the strike approved by President Trump amid rising tensions between the two countries after supporters of Iranian militias attacked the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad last week. At the direction of the president, and U.S. military has taken decisive defensive action to protect U.S. personnel abroad, killing Qussim Soleimani, the head of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, a U.S. designated foreign terrorist organization, this according to the Pentagon. They added that Soleimani was planning attacks on American diplomats and soldiers in Iraq when he was killed. So the Americans, we did strike back, and that's the way to protect our forces overseas. Meanwhile, this in the New York Post today as well, unusual for them to go with this story, but nonetheless they did. President Trump gave clear direction to federal officials to withhold a nearly $400 million military aid package from Ukraine after asking that the nation's leader to investigate Joe and Hunter Biden, according to newly leaked emails between administration officials. The purported order was detailed by Michael Duffy, not our Michael Duffy, the Associate Director of National Security Programs at the White House Office of Management and Budget. On that day, Trump met with Defense Secretary Mark Esper and Secretary of State Mike Pompeo to discuss the congressionally approved $391 million aid package, which at that time was in limbo following a July 25 call between Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. In what Democrats have alleged to be a quid pro quo, Trump requested that Zelensky investigate the Bidens over Hunter Biden's lucrative gig at the energy company, the Ukrainian energy company, during his dad's tenure as vice president. And Israel's Supreme Court on Thursday declined to weigh in on whether Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu can return to his post now that he's been indicted, postponing any ruling on his political future until after March elections. A three-judge panel said the question of whether an indicted member of parliament can be tapped to form a government is important, but that it would be premature to decide the issue before the election. Netanyahu was indicted in November on charges of bribery, fraud, and breach of trust. Israeli cabinet members are required to resign if indicted, but the rule does not apply to prime ministers. So they're going to wait until after their election. A Manhattan family court judge on Thursday ordered Tessa Major's murder mystery, or rather murder suspect, you'll pardon me, Zaire Davis, to stay locked up while he awaits trial in mid-March. This in the Post or the Daily News today. Judge Carol Goldstein noted the seriousness of the second-degree murder charge levied against the 13-year-old. Indeed, this really is the most serious offense I could have before me, said the judge in family court. Now, the kid is 13 years old, the Slay suspect. Attorneys for the Upper West Side teen argued he should be released into custody of his aunt and uncle because he's not a flight risk. Legal aid attorney Hannah Kaplan noted his school attendance rate was greater than 80% last year and that he had very positive behavior in juvenile detention since his December 12 arrests. Meanwhile, a lawyer representing the city, Rachel Glanz, countered that there had been an incident of negative behavior in the facility in which Davis had to be restrained and escorted to his room. Now, again, we have to say alleged, but he's got great behavior. He only killed someone. Well, allegedly. Fairway Market, the beloved, this comes sort of not as a surprise. We heard rumors, but we've got a Fairway right down here in Pelham Manor. Fairway Market, the beloved Big Apple grocer that has been a staple in the Upper West Side and other parts for nearly a century, is on the verge of filing for bankruptcy. Again, this according to the Post. Known for its quality produce, prepared foods, cheeses, and smoked fish, Fairway smoked fish, it's now preparing to seek bankruptcy this month after failing to find a buyer for its 14 stores. And wow, this is just give you a little bit of the timeline. In 1933, its produce shop opened on Broadway at West 74th Street. 95, the Harlem store opened. 2016, it filed for bankruptcy the first time, weighed down by expansion costs and mounting losses and debt. And 2020, it teeters amid $172 million of debt. It is 6:27. We're going to take a break to share the weather with you, talk about some of our sponsors, and then we will be back. A lot of sports this morning to talk about. Let's go to the weather, and the weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. At the moment, it's 43 and overcast. It'll be cloudy today with rain this morning, a few spotty showers this afternoon. Tonight, cloudy with more rain arriving after midnight, lows around 39. Saturday, that's tomorrow, in case you don't know how to keep tab of the days. Periods of off and on light to moderate rain. And as we get into the evening, the rain will end. You may actually see a wet flake or two. There's no snow coming, so don't worry about it. But if you see a flake or two, that's what it is. It'll be roll low of about 34. It'll never really get below freezing, so don't worry too much about it. Sunday, a mix of sun and clouds. Windy, though, Sunday, so if you want to go kite flying, be a good idea. Low of about 28. Monday, sunny, getting up to 41. And on that day, we might actually see some flurries. Now, the top of the hour was brought to you by the United Hebrew of New Rochelle, a top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhgc.com. And Aging Issues Management, our friends at Aging Issues Radio as well. The law firm of Pena and Kahn, Dominic's Fine Cigars, and Plug-in Virtual Reality. Now, remember, it's Dominic's Fine Cigars that around 8 o'clock today should bring you Jake's picks of the week, if indeed his health. He was pretty ill the other day, but we may get him to call them in or email them to us at least, and then we will cover that for you. Dominic's Fine Cigars, licensed retailer with a big selection, including Arturo Fuente, Padrones, and more. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located at 204 Boston Post Road in Larchmont. They're open 7 days, and it is 6:30. It's time for sports, and once again to welcome you to the program. And don't you like it when you drink fast like that and then you feel a little bubble, but you have this quiet little belch that no one hears? You didn't hear that? I know you didn't. Welcome to the program. It's Friday, January 3rd, 2020, an entirely new year, and a new year for sports as well as we get into sports right now. You're listening to Mornings with Bob Marrone. I am he. This is Radio Westchester. We are the radio station at the train station. We'll start with basketball. The Mavericks defeated the Brooklyn Nets by a score of 123 to 111. And they're playing pretty well this year. They're a 500 team, the Nets. Better than the Knicks, although the Knicks had a 3-game winning streak with their new up-and-coming coach. So we shall see how that goes. Next, we turn to the Rangers. They were out in Calgary, Alberta, but just still a little too loose. Got all those young defensemen. The Rangers opened the new calendar year by trying to tighten things up, trying to play consistent defense, trying to keep the offensive pressure constant. Those are hard things to do. One usually comes at the expense of the other. The Blue Shirts dropped a 4-3 game to the Flames on Thursday night. That's last night. Once again, a wild start, digging themselves into a hole. 4-3. The Rangers lose. Meanwhile, we get to cover two teams in one story. I guess we could call them sort of, kind of, maybe surging New Jersey Devils defeated the usually staid and competent Islanders by a score of 2-1 yesterday. And as Larry Brooks put it in the New York Post today, it might be so bold as to suggest that if Arturi Panarin had chosen to take Scott Malkin's millions rather than Dolan's, the Islanders would be sitting pretty as one of the league's most legitimate Stanley Cup contenders. But alas and alack, the Wingers' decision to take less to join the Rangers. It's all comparative, friends, when the smaller number amounts to $81.5 million. At any rate, credit is due to the Devils last night, who have become a more structured, stable team in the wake of trading Taylor Hall to Arizona. The Devils are 4-0-1 in their last 5, 6-6-1 since interim coach Alain Nasreddine replaced John Hines behind the bench 2 weeks before dealing Taylor Hall. They've got the elephant out of the room with the Hall trade, said Trotz, whose team was beaten on Nico Hirsch's dash to the net. Mackenzie Blackwood was sure in this one, but the good-looking 23-year-old was hardly under siege and rarely was forced to contend with a rush or an assault. So good for the Devils. We root for, and I know it upsets some of you. Russo will be complaining later, but we root for all the New York teams just so long as they're not playing our favorite teams, as in the case of the Rangers and I guess the Knicks. I've sort of been a Knicks fan, but how do you root for that? I mean, it's just not, doesn't hold your attention these days. One of the things that does hold our attention always, it seems, is baseball in our fair city, and it is official. Dylan Betances, the boy from the Bronx, is staying home but moving across the city. Betances started the new year with a new team on Thursday when he was officially introduced by the New York Mets. He brings a reputation as one of the game's best relievers after 8 seasons with the Yankees and 4 as an all-star. A number of teams pursued him during free agency, but the chance to reunite with Robinson Cano and Carlos Beltran helped win him over, said the story in USA Today. The Mets won the Betances sweepstakes by signing him to a 1-year deal with a player option for 2021. Major League Baseball Network insider John Hyman reported that Betances will earn $2.2 million for 2020 with a $5.3 million signing bonuses. So not a hell of a lot of money for a great pitcher, for a very good pitcher, but because he had so many injuries, it really hurt his market value, and a lot of people are rooting for him. We interviewed this young man about 5 years ago in person, and a really decent young man, and we can only hope for the very best for a native player. Meanwhile, a player who the Yankees, even though he won 16 games, they said very little about him during the investigation into alleged, now no longer alleged, domestic violence. And that is, of course, Domingo Germain. Germain agreed yesterday to one of the longest suspensions in the history of Major League Baseball's domestic violence policy, and consequently, the Yankees will contend without one of their better pitchers for more than 2 months. Major League Baseball announced Thursday that Germain had signed off on an 81-game suspension, with 18 of those served at the end of last year for his involvement in a violent incident with Mara Vega, the mother of his children, on September 16th. As per the collective bargaining deal, Germain can return to the Yankees on June 5th when his team opens a homestand with the Rays. Now, when you hear all these numbers in baseball, $325 million for a pitcher, $10 million just about for Betances, and that's a very low number. This young man who won all those games, and that's what happens when you first come up to the majors, was only making $577,000, $55,000 now, of which he forfeited. But if he keeps his nose clean and continues to pitch the way he did, they will be running no benefits for Domingo Germain, paying the price, if you will. Meanwhile, a look at football. It took winning only 9 games in 2 seasons and nearly getting fired, but a humble David Gettleman finally admitted his flawed approach to running the Giants. This in the local papers today. No longer stubbornly digging his heels in that an NFL team can win and rebuild simultaneously, as the Giants tried to do, with a questionable mix of win now and future moves. That was like taking one step left and one right to end up back at the start, they said. Anyway, he said, and we quote, "I thought we could do both at the same time. I was wrong." So a lot of heat Mr. Gettleman is getting from the planet, and that is the way that cookie has crumbled as we come up now on 6:36. A story that we put in the back burner, but we want to share with you now. There seems to be, and this was in, the way LoHUD has that special section in the middle. You probably throw it out before you look at it. The Express, I think it's called. But we probably shouldn't do that, should we? Because a huge piece, and for those of you who live in New Rochelle and particularly in the Residence Park area, please listen up, because if you don't get the Journal News, and this is in the hard paper form, you probably didn't see this story. And the headline is, "The Masons adjust plans for the former College of New Rochelle campus." And that should draw your attention. The $32 million bid won a bankruptcy auction last month. Mark Lingriello, who we will reach out to get on next week. And we'll share why you haven't heard from some of these national journalists, or rather really well-known local journalists in the mainstream. But we'll share that with you a little later on. So Mark, his story goes like this. The buyers of the College of New Rochelle told city officials they want to build senior housing and educational facilities here. And that's what all of us have been reporting. And as usual, there's a but, and not the kind that I like. But before the trustees of the Masonic Hall and Asylum Fund finalize plans, the city is encouraging them to meet in January with residents of the Residence Park neighborhood. And boy, I am telling our friends at the Masonic Temple, or this organization, do not meet with these people at your own risk. And we're sharing the story, but a little bit of commentary here. If there is even the slightest hint, and I'm not suggesting that there is, but I certainly went over this story to look for it, of a bait and switch, where if they think they're going to run something that the people of Residence Park don't want, these people will raise such a stink that the zoning will not make any changes. The city won't to the zoning to let you do something other than what you have proposed. So you have been warned. We've been down this path before. And so I'll share this with those of you that are new to this program and new to the politics of Westchester. Twice in my news career, I have been frightened at a press conference or a story. And it wasn't covering an exploding car bomb in front of an Italian social club, even that. In fact, that became humorous because the then police commissioner talked to us like we were idiots and said, I know that there was some sort of an explosive substance in the car, and I know that there was some sort of a trigger, and I know that the man walked out of the Italian social club and turned the key of his car, but we have no indication. And I'm paraphrasing and having fun here. No indication that there was any foul play. Even that didn't scare us. Murder stories, we're used to covering that. I've been up to my ankles in floods twice. Storms, wind, raging fires. 2 events in my career frighten me. One, and the pet people get upset, and dog lovers, and I'm a dog lover, by the way, but was when the people of New Rochelle, or at least the proponents of turning over the entire Wardeckers Park to dogs. And they were upset because the city was only building them the most beautiful dog park I've ever seen. Those people were downright nuts. And even if you're listening, come on, you know you were. I was scary. But what was even more scary was when a group in Residence Park, with the best of intentions, by the way, wanted to get that area, and there were reasons to do it, designated as an historic entity, if you will. But they didn't do the right pre-work. So they finally did have a meeting to get all the residents there. There wasn't enough room. There was this conference room. I do believe it was over at Willow Towers, and there was this big conference room there. And The people were sitting on the windowsills, bursting at the window seams, in the lobby, in front, in back. And it was scary. To call them angry would be like calling, be like saying a pit bull was calm. They were just absolutely beside themselves. And because there was this, and it wasn't a bait and switch, this wasn't even a bait and switch, because they were not, as they felt, adequately informed, they were berserk. This is 2 times I was frightened during the news storm. When I say frightened, I thought it was, for the people there, I thought it was going to get out of hand. And I think had I said the wrong thing to the dog people, they might have put me on a leash. So those were the 2. But anyway, going to the story, right now we have to assume that the Masons are acting with the best of intentions. And so as the story goes, and this is from Luis Aragon in this story, he's the Commissioner of Development. And as you zip around the city and you see all the new buildings and all the new kiosks and stuff, he's the man that made it happen. But at any rate, he said, and we quote, "It's very much in flux at this point. They want to work with the city and the community to determine exactly what the use is going to be. Now, representatives of the trustees haven't returned multiple phone calls or answered emails from the Journal News or Lohud, but they are known for operating a retirement and nursing care community." So already some stuff has been designated, and this is separate from my earlier comment about past proposals of make the whole neighborhood an historic site. One thing they did do, senior housing would need the New Rochelle City Council's approval to change the zoning of the property, which today, and this is very important, residents, rise up, residents of Residence Park. You have the zoning laws on your side right now. And building senior housing would need New Rochelle City Council approval to change the zoning of the property, which today only allows for some residential, and educational construction facing the auction. The city also designated a 19th century castle, and I've been in it. It's absolutely beautiful. Thank goodness they did that. On the property as an historical landmark. Now, beyond Leyland Castle, there are several other buildings around the green of the campus that the city considers worth saving. So, not getting into what happened and the whole story of how the college collapsed. The reason we're spending so much time on this story, President Reagan, one of the greatest things he ever said was trust but verify. When people don't, I feel about those of you who listen regularly, people who don't return phone calls. The Masonic people haven't been returning phone calls. We're going to get Mark Lingriello on next week, unless he doesn't come on because he's on another station. And if a news guy allows another station to tell him he can't come on this one, we will out him or anyone else who does that. But anyway, having said that, Mark Lingriello is a great guy. I don't expect a problem. But at any rate, here's the point. People of Residence Park, do not allow yourselves to be bamboozled or railroaded. Get your backup now. It's like taking pain medication. You got to get it before the pain gets severe. Now, do we have any reasons to think that they're less than sincere right now? Not really, but the fact that they're not answering questions. Folks, do what you did 7, 8 years ago. When they have this meeting in January, and don't worry, we'll let you know when it is. When they have this hearing in January, come out in force and do what we teach hockey players. Get to the puck first and arrive in ill humor. Don't let yourself be railroaded on this one. I'm not saying you will be, but the more passive you are, the more liberties they will take. It is 6:44. I have another story I wanted to share with you. We have all kinds of stuff today. Welcome to the program. What am I listening to? You're listening to Mornings with Bob Marrone. We've been doing morning radio now for 12, almost 13 years in Westchester County, various stations, and now we run our own shop. This is Radio Westchester, the train station, or rather the radio station at the train station. And we are now high-tech. One day I'm going to pan all this equipment. We're going to be doing some camera blocking this weekend, in fact, tomorrow. And we stream everywhere, across the planet, across the universe. Right now, you can call Alexa if you're getting up and you're listening to some other station. Well, you wouldn't be because you wouldn't be hearing me, but if you're listening, maybe you're looking at your computer, you could have just told Alexa to go to MyTuner Radio and then find the RadioWestchester.com app, and you'd be listening. Or you could do that on your cell phone, and you could listen in the car on the way to work, or just use your either your auxiliary attachment or your Bluetooth. A lot of people now are watching on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, or Periscope. We're also, we should be on Spotify any day and on iTunes, and there will be more to come. Right now, we're on about 7 different outlets, and we are broadcasting all over the world. So that's why we spend a little more time on national stories. But our home still being Westchester, we give you the heart of the matter. Now, getting to another story. This is interesting. President Trump and Barack Obama have tied as 2019's most admired men in a poll underscoring the nation's political divide. And here's Donald Trump's support. They both have 18%, by the way. But again, that's a lot when you consider the most admired person on the planet. Now, here you go. Donald Trump, male, 21%, female, 15%. These are the people that support him. Republican, 45%. Democrat, 2%, white, 23%, non-white, 6%. Barack Obama, women, 25%, men, 11%, Democrat, 41%, Republican, 3%, non-white, 27%, white, 13%. Now, the top 5 most admired men, Obama and Trump tied 18, Jimmy Carter, 2%. He is admirable, even though he wasn't a very good president. Elon Musk, 2%, and Bill Gates, 2%. The top 5 most admired women. Isn't this interesting? Michelle Obama has a lead over Melania at 10%, Melania Trump 5%, Oprah Winfrey 3%. Calm down now, my friends on the right. Hillary Clinton 3% and Greta Thunberg 3%. So what this simply shows is that the people who only skew one way, generally, whether they be Democrats or Republicans, their top dog is the person that led their party. So that's pretty important stuff, at least in our view. All righty, at 6:47, we're going to open up the phones and see what's on your mind. 914-222-3141. And by the way, for those of you who live here in town, I'm just trying to put a Cassandra up. Don't wait until you're being given a solution to, or not that there's a problem, but there is a problem. It's empty. There is nobody other than, Mercy College is using the campus, but don't wait until they dictate it to you in terms of what it's going to be. Citizens of Residence Park, be heard, please. And if you call up and you say, Bob, we want an hour to call, you get your organization together, you bring a bunch of people in here, we will do a hearing right here on Radio Westchester. We'll give you an hour. We'll do it any time of day, but we'll do it in prime time if it serves your purposes. Be heard, people of Residence Park. 914-222-3141. 914-222-3141. We have our first caller. Good morning. You're on Radio Westchester.
Good morning, Bob. Tom from Pelham.
Hey, Tom, how did you let the Devils beat you? What the heck?
Oh, God, Bob. Next point.
Go ahead.
What do you think? What do you think the Masons are up to?
You know what? I don't know that they're up to anything, and I realize my tone is suggesting that, but when people don't answer the phone, when they don't comment when the news calls, and Mark Lingriello is a very fair and great journalist, I think he's a great journalist, I worry that they bought it on with one intention and maybe have another intention. I don't know. But what I do know is the people of Residence Park need to be at the table when these discussions take place. And I've just learned the hard way. Too much bait and switch on this time. Just too much. And this is too wonderful a neighborhood. When I first came here, I had an apartment on the 3rd floor of a building in Residence Park. And except for parking, it's a wonderful place to live.
Yeah.
And I love the campus and I love the castle. And I'm afraid, what is it? You know that caveat emptor, let the buyer beware. I'm below suspicious, but when people don't answer you, there's usually a reason. That's all.
So you're talking about the zoning. The zoning currently protects the residents, correct?
Yes, it does. But zoning can
So then,
easily be changed if the residents don't open their mouths.
well, that's it. Then the ball's in the court of whoever it is that controls the zoning code, right?
And yes, and right now that would come out. I mean, there is a zoning board, but they will have their ear to the ground for what the development commissioner wants, and they will have their ear to the ground vis-a-vis what the city council men and women say, and we're going to be sure that they're held to account. Again,
I just put the TV on my computer to see you as you're speaking to me.
Hi. You don't like
What
the
a
sweater?
very, very colorful. Looks like a Washington Washington Capitol colors there.
You know, it does. You know, I'm so glad you noticed it, because I picked the sweater this morning and I said, it's the end of the holiday season and I need to do something reasonably festive. I even plugged in the Christmas lights for the last time. So thank you for noticing it.
Is that delay so nobody curses?
Oh, hey, by the way, thank you for that note. Yeah, you got actually credit. Anthony Galetta knew that it was your birthday and made sure we knew. And I see there are other callers coming in. We'll get to you. And happy birthday to you, Thomas. And as you noted, I won't out your age, but yeah, you got a few years to catch up with Anthony and myself and a few others. But.
Yeah, well, it's no secret. 62. It is what it is. I could get early Social Security if I wanted to.
Hold on. You'll do better in later years. You'll do better if you hold out to plug over 65. And
Bob, you know what I don't like? When I started paying into the system, retirement for me was 65. They keep moving the goalposts.
Yeah, I know they do. I know that. Although, you know what, though? They move the goalposts. However, we are living longer and we're living healthier. I mean, do you remember when you and I were kids? Now, you said you were 62, so we'll go there. 62 was very old.
I looked up, my dad was born in 1914. He passed away 2007 at the age of 93.
Oh, love him.
But in 1914, a male born in 1914 had a life expectancy of 52 years.
Ouch.
So think about it, 52 plus 14. He should have deceased in 1966.
Well, God bless your dad. I'm glad you had him that long, and hopefully you got some of the genes. And I know you take really good care of yourself, and continue to do that. This is the only game in town, my friend.
Bob, I had blood work done the other day. My cholesterol is 84.
Wow, that's wonderful.
And that thing called the bad cholesterol, the LDL?
Yeah.
40.
Wow, that's great. That's wonderful. Now, do you take any statins or anything like that?
Well, I mean, it's not all me, but I exercise and I watch pretty much what I eat, carefully. But I had a heart attack, for those who don't know, in 2011. A mild heart attack, but a heart attack nonetheless.
Hey.
Probably could have died if I didn't get to the ER when I did.
Smart man.
And, got a stent and went on medication, and so far, so good. It's been working,
Well, keep it up, and I'm sure you're kind of always aware of that. There's this new test. I got a pretty good doctor. I don't mind even saying he's here in New Rochelle, Dr. Pisano. Excellent doctor, and he takes time. He knows that I still play, over 30 hockey, so I get an EKG and an echo every 6 months. The only thing that I'd like to do is get one of those virtual angiograms, so that they can check my arteries, because I feel fine. I'm never overly winded, except it's after a bad hard shift. But then it was like that when I was 25 as well. But we're at an age.
That is a good doctor, by the way, Bob. Dr. Pisano was my mom and dad's doctor.
Oh, he's as good as it gets. Yeah, I'm very happy with him. And
he's good.
And I really, my old radio station suggested him, and one of the benefits of that. But you're a good man, Charlie Brown. The thing I worry about for we hockey fans is when your team doesn't play well. You get aggravated.
Bob, you mentioned Arturi Panarin, and the Islanders offered him more than he signed for, as you mentioned, in the 6 o'clock hour. But the Islanders desperately need a sniper, desperately need a guy that could put the puck in the net, because that's where they struggle. They can keep the goals scored for the most part on any given night by the other team down to 3 or less.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're
but
out
they
there.
Struggle with score. Sorry?
They're out there. You just got to cut the right deal. In fact, the Rangers, if the Rangers don't get a steady defenseman, they're going to continue to have these weird games where they give up 5 goals in a period. You just can't go with 4 defensemen that rush the puck who are 20 years old. I mean, it's just a recipe for disaster. And they know it. But they want to develop these kids, I guess.
Are you going to talk about what happened? I texted you a few times yesterday about...
Yeah, I did that early. I did that story.
Oh, you did? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
okay, I got up about...
In fact, I did a little research on that general. He's probably the top Iranian general. This guy is a member of the Think Trust. This would almost be like them having gotten Jim Mattis. Had it been the other way around.
That is a major... To get that guy to eradicate that murderer. That was a huge military victory. Now, the only thing, you can get Ullman on and see what he has to say about it.
Oh, no, I'm sure he'd agree with it, that is a big deal. And they, and the fact that he was in Baghdad, there's no two ways about it. Had he not been in Baghdad, it would have looked like an assassination. But if he was in Baghdad, man, all's fair.
Yeah, so what is going to be the next card that the Iranians are going to play?
I'd love to ask Harlan that. I think that the Iranians are smart enough to keep using proxies. They got burned now, and to try and agitate the United States. But right now, that's all they can do. They can't push, and they won't push Trump too far. And Trump really doesn't want a full-scale war with them. It would be Korea all over again, 1950.
No, we don't. He doesn't. We don't as people here in America. What was your point when I texted you yesterday about bringing up Bin Laden?
Oh, you know why I bring it up? Because it used to bother me. You rightfully so said the president did something that needed to be done. He wasn't a wuss bunny, like that wasn't your exact words. And I said, when President Obama got and this is what we do in this country. We do it to Trump too. When he got Osama bin Laden, it killed people to admit it was a good thing, who didn't like him. It killed them. And same thing, when they made a movie about it, when he authorized those snipers to take out the guys that had captured the boat, all he got was ridicule. And we've got to stop doing that. The same thing. You don't hear me saying, look what Trump did. Why did he kill that guy? He did a good thing. The president doesn't take any guff. But when it was Obama, the people that didn't like Obama, just like the people that don't like Trump, they don't want to give credit. I'd like to see us, and that was my point. I'd like to see
The reporting I heard, Bob, was that there was a meeting right after the embassy happened, the attack at the embassy. So somebody told Trump, because Trump said we wouldn't have to get that guy, and they said, okay, we can do it within X number of days. And Trump goes, that's not good enough. We got to get him now. And they just raced. They raced to get him.
I got to tell you something.
Just say, you want to mess around with us? Okay, fine. Here we go. Boom, you're gone.
Let me add some fire to your point. Had Trump been president when during the Bush administration, when they had Osama bin Laden cornered in Tora Bora, I believe that's the way, if I pronounced it correctly, he'd have been dead by then. But as much as I liked George Bush personally, he was just not ready for the job when he took it. But
it was also Clinton. Clinton could have gotten.
When he was bombing So let's give this president his due. All right, listen, I have many other calls I want to get to.
One more thing, Bob.
Yes.
That Yankee that got suspended, Herman.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, Herman. He only made $500,000. That kid's going to get rich if he can stop from hitting women.
He was a rook. That's the starting salary. Only $500,000.
Yeah, I know.
Bob, you're making $500,000 now, right?
They'll be in the paper tomorrow. Talk show host dies at desk from laughter.
I was here. Top of the hour.
I was here. I know I'm going to go, but I was here till midnight last night trying to figure out how I'm going to pay the bills. All right. Thank you very much. Let me get this call.
Well, take care.
All right. Take care. Good morning. You are on Radio Westchester. Sorry to keep you on hold.
That's okay, Bob. It's Lorraine Carl. Good morning.
What's the matter with your voice, or are you trying to seduce me?
No, I have a terrible cold.
Oh, I thought you were.
But I want to say Happy New Year first of all.
Happy New Year to you and yours as well.
Thank you. I was just interested. I didn't hear all you had to say about Residence Park and the College of New Rochelle.
Okay, there was this big story, and it was a story, but it didn't. I don't know why they did it, because it was the same old, except that what the story included is that the city wants the people running or that who bought the property to sit down with the residents.
Right. Okay.
And the paper reached out to them, Mark Langriello, who I will reach out to today. It wasn't in a major story. I found it buried in the bowels of that thing called the Express.
Yeah.
And he's been reaching out to them, and they're not getting back. And you know how I get with that. That always raises my antenna.
So the Masons or Residence Park?
The Masons. Trust me, the people in Residence Park.
Right.
And I'm agitating them now. They're great. They will be out in force.
Yes, they will. And they're one of the biggest voting communities for Noam Bramson.
Mm-hmm.
So I would think the Masons would realize that. But the one big problem in New Rochelle is this. People stay within their boundaries. And when one group is suffering or has a problem, you can't get the rest of the city to be involved with you. And Residence Park is just as guilty as any other association in New Rochelle. They should have paid attention when they had the memory care unit coming in on Mill Road and help support those people fight that. I mean, and now if they're going to ask New Rochelle to be on their side, when it comes to somebody else having a problem, they have to join the city. And I'm not only picking on Residence Park. This is every association in New Rochelle.
That's interesting, and I had not realized that till you said it. Well, usually what it takes, I'm going back to before the Interreligious Council got involved in crazy left-wing politics. Rabbi Amawar was the linchpin, the hub that brought everybody together. You'll need some sort of a citizen activist that pulls everybody together, because it usually takes that.
Right, but it's just not happening. And as far as zoning goes, I've said it before. They have to go back to the zoning that was changed to allow the memory care unit to come in. It's 5 acres in every neighborhood. If there's 5 acres, they could put some kind of memory care or senior citizens kind of housing. Now, what is going on in New Rochelle on one of the Facebook accounts is people, or some people, want 2 high schools. Now, this is the most ridiculous thing to come up in all the world, because they're saying we have separate elementary schools and separate middle schools, but we're still one city. Now, whoever thinks that, it really needs their head examined. I mean, it's just crazy to even think 2 high schools.
One of the things that I keep thinking about as you say this, though, looking at Residence Park under a microscope, I'll never forget when those people tried to make it an historic, if you will, neighborhood without reaching out to everyone. Those people went berserk. The Residence Park people will not, if we get them out there to that hearing early, if we make sure that they're heard, they won't get bamboozled. But you're right, that we've got to start helping one another in the different neighborhoods.
We do. We actually do. I mean, it's becoming every neighborhood feels they're so under attack that they won't help the next, and they don't think about the next one, because if it's happening to you, it can happen someplace else, which is, we've got to think that way. But I don't know who's going to lead them to think that way. And also the zoning board. The zoning board has absolutely no authority. They have been reduced to decks. People come to them to have their decks approved. That's what they've been. What they've been reduced to. They were the most knowledgeable board, I think, in New Rochelle. Every member had to go to every piece of property and look at it, walk the property, and see what the resident or the business wanted to do. But because the city council wanted complete authority, and then they push it to planning board, zoning has been reduced to decks, to approving decks. If you just look at the agendas.
Now, that they're going to be sending up, like when you watch those submarine movies and it's deep and they send up a little bubble that goes to the water and then a little antenna sticks up. Well,
Yes.
they're going to be listening to the development commissioner and the and the council, the city council, and that's where they'll get their direction on how to handle this. See, I'm not trying to make a problem where there is none. What I'm trying to do, you know, when you watch a war movie and they put a flare up in the sky so you can
Yes.
see. I just want the people in Residence Park to know I'm sending up a flare. Something's not passing the smell test yet. They better start answering the phone. So
I mean, and they should be thinking about a new project coming in on Main and Memorial Highway, where that plaza is. We're going to have no space, no general space. And then there's talk that IB Cohen wants to sell to a developer. I mean, what are we doing? I mean, it's going to become a wind tunnel, a dark wind tunnel. And do you see Residence Park getting involved in that? Do you see people from the memory care get involved with that? No.
Probably not. Probably not.
Not. And you know, it's their city, it's their tax money.
Well, yeah, IB Cohen, yeah, I've heard that. But you know what? Everyone else is capitalizing it. I'm sure he fails it. His family fails it.
No, I don't blame him whatsoever. But why do we need more buildings? I don't even think the rentals in the RXR is even half. One day, Luis got up and was very proud. 41 apartments were rented. Big deal. 41 apartments.
Well, we'll see how many they get. I'm going to get another call. Lorraine,
Okay.
before you go,
Thank you.
please be
Yes.
well. Happy New Year, and thank you for the call. You know we love you here. Way to go. Let me see. We're going to get this individual right back. He's been calling. All right. See, we have this ability to call the callers back. And so far, no good, but we'll try one more time because we really appreciate they're unavailable. We're going to call them one more time. I love this phone system because it'll... Okay, good morning. You're on Radio Westchester. You're
available at this time, please.
Oh, okay. We didn't get the answer we wanted. Let's see. We'll have to put the curse of the Bobo on the Masons. No, I don't want to do that. I just got a text. I tech my butt. I couldn't answer it, Anthony, while I was on the other line. You know, I wanted to do that, but it is high tech. But it doesn't mean I know how to work it.
Anthony and Joanne were not.
No. Anthony, for some reason, is not picking up. Anyway, he's pretty funny when he does that. All righty. Herman, thank you, Tom. We'll have to put the curse of the Bobo. No. I'm not saying that the Masons are up to anything untoward. What I'm saying is that the Masons need to have their feet held to the fire to be sure that they do what they said they would do. And if you do the news long enough, you know that you run into these problems. You absolutely do. All righty, 914-222-3141, 914-222-3141. We've tried to reach out. We know that Anthony was trying to get us because we saw it from a text, but I had two other callers ahead. And what he doesn't realize is that, and I'm sharing this with you, if you call and you get a busy signal and you're a caller, okay, at least under the current construct, we have the ability to call you right back ahead of the next call. So that is where our high tech is a little better than your average bear. But nonetheless, it is 7:09. You're listening to Radio Westchester here. We are the radio station at the train station. It is 30. No, now it's up to 41. We like that. It's up to 41 degrees. We're going to try and get this caller one more time. There he is, and we've got him. Good morning. You're on the air, and thank you for persisting. What do you think?
What do you say? But first of all, I'd like to say I hope Lorraine gets feeling better a lot quicker.
Yeah, thank you.
And I'm glad to hear that Tom's feeling better. He was able to call in this morning. His voice is back, and I owe him a phone call.
Hey, while we have you, how are you? How are you doing?
Like I said, I'll find out half the story later today. Then the other half comes in the end of the month.
All right, well, Godspeed with that. What's on your mind?
Thank you. I just wanted to make a couple of things points that weren't made.
Sure, please.
You talked about the Residence Park neighborhood and historic neighborhood designation.
Yes, sir.
People may not understand why a neighborhood would be against such a designation. When you become a historic neighborhood, that means that you can't change your windows, you can't paint your house, you can't change the front door.
That's right.
You can't put a roof on your building, on your home.
That's right.
without prior approval. And this could cost you many thousands of dollars.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So
I'm glad you're adding this. Continue, please.
That's the reason people came out in force, because it affects their individual personal homes, their sanctuaries, their place where they've have their money tied up, their family, everything else. So that's the reason they came out in force, and rightfully so.
Yep.
Okay. The other point I wanted to make is about the zoning board.
Yes, sir.
And the difference between the zoning board and the planning board. When you go before the zoning board, you're going there for one of two reasons. Either you've done something that's illegal, whether it be a deck or an addition to your house or whatever, and you're trying to legalize it. And believe me,
Anthony, do they usually go after the fact?
What happens is, Bobby, everybody does it while they own a house, and then when it comes time to sell it, this stuff gets found out. And it becomes illegal. So now you have one of two choices. You can either remove whatever illegal to sell the house, the property, or if you want more money, you go to try to legalize it.
I see.
Now, it used to be, I'm not up on today, but it used to be just to get before the board to legalize something that's existing, that's not legal, you had to pay $2,000 just to get the right to go before the board, and there was no guarantee that you would get what you wanted. But that's the difference between the zoning board. They deal with things that are either illegal, or if someone wants a zoning change. But the zoning change now has to come from the city when it comes to this type of development that you're talking about down in Residence Park, because it's a larger parcel. The planning board, you go before the planning board, that means what you're doing has already been deemed legal. And the planning board will decide what kind of shrubberies you may need, to cordon off your neighbors,
right.
The type of lighting, so that the lighting doesn't affect neighboring properties, things like that. So that's the difference there. Zoning board has a much more, I don't want to say, I guess responsibility is the proper word, because they have to A, enforce the current zoning, but B, temper that with a situation that may be in any other way impossible to solve.
Well, yeah, and I guess they have to use a little more judgment and probably, go out, not outside the rules, but probably create precedent when they do it, I should think.
Well, the vast majority of people that go before the zoning board that want to legalize something claim a hardship, even though there may not be one. And that gets into the politics.
Yeah, and then like they built a deck the size of Texas on a one
family
house.
And they're driving around in Mercedes, but they got a hardship. They can't, they couldn't come before the board before to build this deck to get, approval. So
I'm really glad about the response we got today, because you know what? Well, you know me and you know the show well enough to know that my antenna always goes up when people won't call you back. And my whole point is, and I've developed so much respect for the citizens of this city speaking up, that boy, the Masons do so at their own peril. I'm just saying.
But you know what? In fairness, I think 99% of what Luis wants gets through one way or the other.
Well, that's true, but Luis does have to answer to the city council, and we're going to be talking with Al Tarantino. We'll ask him about it at 8:20. And, they better build what they said they were going to build. There best be no bait and switches here. And maybe, I've been doing this too long and I've become not cynical, but skeptical. You got to hold these real estate people and these developers, hold their feet to the fire, or they will pick your pockets.
How do you hold them to the fire when they're all getting 30-year tax abatements?
Well, thank you. But that's the past. I'm trying to help people rise up and fight from happening in the future.
That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. They've chosen this path, and they're going to go down it, win, lose, or draw.
Well, hopefully,
and I'm not saying it's good or bad. Okay.
No, I understand that, but I'm hoping that it doesn't happen in Residence Park. That is a neighborhood with its own flavor and feel. And
well, they can't go up 28 stories, but they can apply for tax abatements, especially if it's for something like the aging.
Well, yes, but it better be for the aging.
But you know what? I'd rather give it for the aging than 28-story for high-end residencies, and they buy out the 10% workforce housing.
Oh yeah, and I agree with you. And you and I will probably be spitting up on each other in adjacent rooms.
Yeah, No, not me. Not me. There's no way. I got the bag on the side. I told my son, when I start dribbling, little applesauce down the hatch.
Well, when I go, I take a lot of abuse at the hockey rink on Friday nights, and whenever I'm leaving, I'm usually, if I leave, like there's this pub upstairs. I never drink and drive. You'd be proud of me for that. But so I go upstairs, see the players and all, and sometimes hang out a little bit. And especially if I have my grandson, I wouldn't even sip a beer, But still, I'm up there. And then when I leave, I usually get, what is it, Jello hour at the home? It's tonight, so as accessory
like I said,
outside.
You talked about having special codes with your grandson Ian.
Yeah.
I have them with my son. 1 wink means I'm ready. 2 winks means, I'm not quite there yet.
Anthony, thank you very much, and Happy New Year again. Take care. I really appreciate the residents and the citizens calling me. And look, I'm not trying to be too cynical. I'm not going to be hard on the Masons. Heck, I hope that they do make it an aging home. What a beautiful neighborhood to do it in, and what a beautiful facility. It's just that after doing this for so long, I don't want to be here for the sake of y'all. I don't want to be here 2 years from now and have people calling in and say, look what they did. They said they do one thing and another. I am just putting a flare in the sky to keep your eye on the College of New Rochelle campus, now purchased by the Masons, to make sure that they do with it what they said that they would do and that you are okay with it. And I bring up what happened several years ago, and Anthony was right, exactly right about why the people were upset. But, this is your town. This is, unless you agree to what things, or at least in the majority, unless you agree to what gets done in your neighborhood, you shouldn't let it happen. Be involved. All right, at 7:17, we're going to go to Vince Russo in a moment. We'll ask him. He is a public official on that level in another city, and we can get his insights from him. But right now, we do want to share the weather with you, as we are wont to do. And the weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. It's now 41 degrees. It's overcast. Going to get up to maybe 45 today tops. Cloudy with rain this morning still out there, with a few spotty showers this afternoon. Tonight, cloudy with more rain arriving after midnight. Lows around 39. Tomorrow, periods of rain, just light rain, light to moderate rain off and on. Saturday evening, the rain will end. Now, you may see a snowflake or two, but it's not going to get below 34, and the snow's not going to amount to very much. If it even happens, it'll be just a flake or two, they tell us. Now, Sunday, a mixture of sun and clouds. Windy, it'll get down at night to about 28 degrees. And as you might expect, when you come back to work on Monday, it'll be sunny and 41. The top of the 7 o'clock hour is brought to you by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, a top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhgc.com. Aging Issues Management, Aging Issues Radio, the law firm of Payne & Kahn, Plug-in Virtual Reality, and Dominic Cigars. Don't forget, at 8 o'clock, we'll be talking sports, and hopefully we'll get at least a text from Jake, who's not feeling well, so that we can get his picks of the week. And that's the way it is on this Friday, January 3rd, 2020. You are listening to Mornings with Bob Marrone. I am he. And we remind you, this is the radio station at the train station. And for those of you, as we get into the new year, we were here really late last night, and we've got work to do tomorrow as we get ready for this whole next phase of this radio station. Everyone who parks, when we want to get you advertising, and we will, everyone who parks, okay, at this train station has to walk by this lit up 5-sided building. Everyone who takes the bus has to come by here. And we've already purchased a huge TV screen that'll be out listing who our sponsors are, and the city's going to be giving us nice signage across the top. We've got a lot coming your way. And in the spring, we'll be broadcasting outside the station, et cetera, et cetera. If you want to advertise, you give us a buzz, and we'll be out to reach you anyway, but 914-727-2726, 914-727-2726. We have a number of people come with us, a number of people want to do shows, and that will be following as we get into the new year. It is 7:20, and with us is a guy who's a public official. He's a public official in another state, but he's our man of all trades, jack of all trades, strong supporter of the Second Amendment, very fair-minded in his politics. He's a Canadian fan, and we can forgive him for that. And he himself has had to deal with planning boards and zoning boards. Please welcome Vince Russo. Good morning, Vince.
Good morning, Robert.
It's always good. Did you hear that conversation about what's going on here in this town with the Masons bought an entire college campus?
Yeah, I heard that.
And they said they want to turn it into an aging home, which is a good thing, if in fact they stick to it. But there was this it was a story, and the story became a bigger story to me because it didn't say anything, if you know what I mean. In other words, here it is. They're doing this, they're doing that, they're doing this, they're doing that. They said they do this. They dedicated a whole half-page, full newsprint. And then they said, but they don't return any calls. And I said, why tell me what I already know? What's the story here? And the story was in the butt. No, I don't mean that in a lascivious way. They're not returning calls. Because after 15 years of doing this, I become skeptical of people who don't answer the phone when you're trying to find out what they're up to. And it better be an aging home. That's all I'm saying.
What was the but? I mean, was there some other...
Well, the but is we're trying to find out if they're going to go forward with that idea or if they have other plans, but they won't get back to us. And so what I'm doing is, I'm not saying they're up to no good. I'm sure well, no. See, what I found with people in the real estate business is if you don't keep them under a spotlight and you happen to be wearing clothes, they'll take them off you. And I'm sure they bought it with the best of intentions, but it needs the old Ronald Reagan thing, trust but verify.
Yeah, well, anybody who does anything is rarely doing it for altruistic reasons.
Nor should they.
Yeah. They're trying to do something to make some money or whatever it may be. The main reason to have a board of adjustment or a zoning board, it's the same thing, is people come before that board when they want to do something that's outside of the current codes. Mm-hmm. So in our borough, a big problem that we have is in one section, all of the lots that houses sit on now are now non-conforming lots. So if you were to build a house, you need a certain size lot, and all of those lots, because they originally started out as vacation homes, are very small. So if anybody wants to do any kind of building, they have to come before the zoning board, and they have to get a variance to do whatever it is they're trying to do. And that's what the zoning board does. They look at the request, and it is non-conforming. It doesn't conform to the current zoning rules, and that board then decides whether to allow that person to do what they're trying to do. Usually it involves setbacks, side yard, front and backyard setbacks, how close you can build to the property line. You don't want things built right up to the property line. You want buffers between your house and the neighbors and such. Yeah. So that's a lot of the applications that we see is for setbacks and things like that.
Now, what about when someone buys two lots? Does it require variance to build one home on two lots, even if they're non-conforming?
Well, you can apply to have the lots combined into one property, and if that property then is conforming to the current standards, then they can go ahead and build a house.
Okay. But then they still need to get their approval and permits and all that. Now, one question I have, you remember I had that business up county, and I ran into all kinds. So I always tell people, don't do business in Yorktown. I will continue till the day I die. But having said that, I was next door to an auto dealership, and he got an easement and I didn't. They paid for his underwater, there was a stream that ran under the property. The city paid for his, but not for mine. Now, that's not very even-handed, but who wanted to go to court for 10 years? How does that even happen?
Well, I don't know. I can't
No, but in
address
general,
that. I mean,
no, but in general, how does that happen? I mean, how much politics goes into zoning boards and planning boards and things of that ilk, and who has power and who doesn't?
in large municipalities, it happens. And we're a very small.
No, I know, but in
Little
general,
borough.
I guess that does happen in large.
I can't say. I mean, what comes to mind is someone, was extending a favor, so to speak.
Yeah, no
and
kidding.
maybe
I went.
not. I don't know.
I'll never forget the first time. It was before I really was a news guy here in Westchester, and I didn't know how things work, but I knew enough to go to White Plains and to get the file out for my property, and it had been cleaned out. There was nothing in there.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
That's why I
Yeah.
won't do business in Yorktown. Do not do business in Yorktown. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, what happens with a lot of projects. People don't take out permits and they do, things on their own, and sometimes they're good and sometimes they don't turn out so well. My brother-in-law was the construction official in our town and several other towns here in New Jersey, and inevitably, a deck would collapse, and the first thing they would do is they would call him and say, "We want to see the construction file for this house and see how," because first they're looking to blame him. They're saying, "Hey, if this thing collapsed, you didn't do your job," and inevitably, what would happen would be there was no permit. The homeowner just did it on their own, and usually what they do is they go and talk to some yokel in Home Depot. And the guy says, "Oh yeah, it's fine. Just put up a 2x4. That'll hold it up. That's no problem. We got plenty of 2x4s over here." They'll build a darn thing, and it may stay up for some period of time. But they have a holiday party. You got 20 people on the deck, and all of a sudden, the thing is plunging 10 feet to the ground, and people are injured and such like that.
Now, in your municipality, do you have like an EPA contingent too?
Well, it's even worse than that because we are in the Highlands Preservation Zone, and what the Highlands Preservation Zone is designed to do is preserve the water sources here in northern New Jersey, not for northern New Jersey, but for Newark.
Mm-hmm.
And
you're a watershed.
We're a watershed, so. So we are very highly restricted in terms of building. As a matter of fact, our town now has virtually shut down in terms of new construction because the Highlands just put all these restrictions on.
Mm-hmm. That's important, Vince. When if I may, when I covered one of the first big stories I covered here was the big floods in 2007. I mean, not the president, Hillary Clinton was here, the governor, the head of FEMA. And one of the things I learned is that construction up county really affects what happens down here. Too much construction and all the water has nowhere to go, and so it floods us.
Well, it's really not for flood control. It's for to preserve drinking water.
Oh, well, wait, I was going to say water quality. Yes.
Yeah, it's to preserve drinking water. But what it has done was virtually shut off any growth in our tax base. So anything that's done here in our borough is got to be done through the existing tax base. We can't put in new homes. We can't put in commercial development. We can't do anything like that. And it's really a huge burden that we don't get any compensation for.
Well, you raise taxes, they'll be circling your house with torches.
Well, yeah, and we have to raise taxes. We're working on our 2020 budget now, and it's going to be problematic.
Hey, Vince, a guy like you, who just like me, radio was my second career. Being a public servant has been yours. It's got to be enlightening after all your years in the private sector, now being a public official. What's the biggest thing you've learned? If right now you were to just totally retire and watch Canadian games, what would be the biggest takeaway you would tell someone about public service?
It is not as easy as it looks. And, we're constantly hearing, and I'm sure, larger municipalities, New Rochelle is a big city. It doesn't matter. You hear the same thing. Oh, why don't you do this? And how come this? And why isn't my street paved? And, you didn't pick up the garbage and all of this. It is very difficult to run a municipality of any size. Now, we're very small. We don't compare to New Rochelle.
No, but still, the dynamic's the same.
It's really difficult, because, number one, we only control 17% of all the tax money that we collect. So if we get $100, only $17 of that do we have to run the municipality.
And then they have to pay your sumptuous salary.
My sumptuous salary, I make all of $2,000 a year.
Damn it. See, this, folks, this is the kind of criminality that is taking place. It's like I get this mayor on from Bronxville here. She gets $1 a year. I eviscerate her. How dare you take that $1? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
We have, we have a small county tax. We have a library tax. We have a little bit of open space tax. The lion's share of the money, no surprise, goes to the schools. 71% of all the tax money goes to the schools. And the mayor and council have absolutely no control over that.
No, we have the same thing here and at every level.
Is an independent entity. So, we're constantly getting calls from people. Why don't you just pave every road in the borough? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Well, the reason is because we don't have the money, and do you want us to raise your taxes 2 and 3 times what they are now? So it's a matter, governing is a matter of priorities. You have to look at what needs to be done. You need to decide, what can be done now, what could be put off. We've got a big infrastructure situation now. Our borough hall and our library are over 20 years old, so that means all of the mechanicals, the heating, air conditioning.
Sounds like bonding time.
Well, yeah, but then how much debt can you go into?
This is the time while interest rates are low. Do it now. You do it 3 years from now when the interest rates are 7%. They will circle your house with torches,
pitchforks. Yeah, but you're right. But again, that's an easy thing. People say, "Oh, just bond for it. Just bond for it." Bonding means you're just borrowing money.
Of course.
You've got to pay that back. People act like it's free. People act like it's free money. It's not free money.
Then they'll be paying it back with interest, literally. But your taxes go up a little less when you bond than if you took it all in one big lump, wouldn't it?
Well, that's true, and we do that. But it's really a matter of picking, choosing, prioritizing, deciding what to do, what not to do.
Now, let me ask you something.
But it's fun. It's challenging.
When are you going to run for mayor up there?
I'm never running for mayor. I don't want to be mayor.
Well, you should want to be mayor.
I don't want to be mayor.
I'm thinking about, as we expand, Radio Westchester is our brand, but for those of you who don't know the corporate name, it's Media by Robert, LLC. We are going to bring the show to New Jersey, too. We're going to bring it down south. We're going to bring it up where you are. We're going to expand our footprint for other shows that we do. We're going to do a Jersey show and then we're going to. Hey, by the way, can I ask you a question since you are a Jersey public official?
Sure.
When we go up, if I go up the Turnpike, there used to be that one flame that you'd see over by exit 12 or whatever it is, over by the refinery. Now they got 4 of those suckers going. What is that? Burning off excess. Seems like a waste of energy. 4 giant flames in the sky. What is that?
Yeah, from those cracking towers, they're probably just burning off excess fumes and
well, they are, but
like
they should put that over. They should channel that into some big generator and give people free electricity. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. But as far as being mayor, I have more power than the mayor has.
Say more about that.
Well, because our form of government, there's various forms of municipal government in New Jersey. Ours is weak mayor and strong council. So the mayor can
got
propose,
it. Like here in New Rochelle. Okay.
Yeah, mayor can propose, but we have to approve, and if we don't approve, it doesn't happen. So, fortunately, we have a very cohesive council and a very good working relationship.
Do you mind if I ask a Bob Grant type question here?
Sure.
Except I'm going to reverse the political polarities. Are there any Democrats on your council?
What is that? What? I'm not familiar with the term.
Are there any people of color on your city council?
No.
Oh, I'm just busting chops.
No, we are we're a predominantly Republican municipality. Although it's changing, our congressional district changed over. Our congressman was Rodney Frelinghuysen, who was a 25-year congressman, and he decided not to run.
Yeah, very wise at this
seat
point.
was won by a Democratic woman.
Yeah, well, you could thank the fellow in Washington for the guy, for good or ill. Anyway, listen, we have to go. Vince Russo, thank you very much, Vince, for adding your a lot of really good input. Thank you very, very much. We'll talk to you later.
Okay, Bob. Talk
All
to
right,
you next
take
week.
care. That's Vince Russo. It is 7:35, and she's already called in. Johnny on the spot, but we're going to call her. Our next guest, and we can get straight to her. Our next guest is the managing editor and the publisher, and hopefully she'll pick up, the managing editor and the publisher of the Westchester County Post.com. And she's going to be on the line right now. But the cool thing about this woman is she's a public health professional. She writes columns about health. She has this newspaper. She also has a subordinate newspaper, the Mount Vernon Post. I guess it's Post.com now. She also is a jazz singer and a videographer, does a lot of different things, but we have her on now in her journalistic role as the managing editor and the publisher of the Westchester County Post.com. Good morning and Happy New Year, Janelle Albritton.
Happy New Year, Robert Marrone.
Hi, Happy New Year to you.
I love you.
Happy New Year to you, and I love you too. Hey, did you sing last night?
No.
Oh, I was wondering because it was a Thursday. I was here till like midnight, so I had a lot of work to do. You know how it is when you run your own business. I was doing the bills.
Yes, sir.
How are we going to pay the next bill? God almighty. I wanted to string up myself of one of the many wires in here. At any rate, I digress. What's hot in your world besides you? What's going on? What are you writing about? Sean Patterson Howard is going to be with us today at 9 o'clock. You may want to listen to that. She takes the reins, and good for her. New mayor.
She does. Magnificent. She attended the Emancipation service on New Year's Day at the Mount Vernon Heights Congregational Church.
Yes.
And it was a really great service. Bishop Edwards spoke, and I've got a new page on the website under spirituality, and I posted his talk. He gave a really great talk about how there were so many folks who were slaves who were emancipated on January 1, 1863. But after that date, they didn't believe it, and so That's
interesting. They were emancipated in 1863, right after the proclamation, I guess. I'm trying to remember what the date was for that. Most people think of
that was January 1.
Yeah, most people think of the true emancipation taking place after the war, but where were they freed? In the North, in the South? I know one of the things that the president did, President Lincoln, was that he freed the slaves in the South, but not the border states. It's very interesting.
Wow. Well, Harriet Tubman and Bishop Edwards quoted her as saying that she, many of the trips that she made to the South to help formerly, the former slaves escape to the North, was that they did not believe her. They did not believe that they were legally free, and they refused to go with her. And so the basic message is that how many of us are enslaved in our minds? And that was
who gave this speech? Get him on my show tomorrow, because all of us are enslaved in our minds, and we don't do what we ought to do. Who name the bishop again?
Well, the president of the United Black Clergy of Westchester is Troy DeCohen, who's also the senior pastor of the Mount Vernon Heights Congregational Church.
We're going to get him on here. That's a great comment.
Yeah, he introduced Mayor Sean Patterson Howard. She got up, she spoke about that, and then when Bishop Edwards got up, he, that was a big part of his message too. So I videotaped that, and it's uploaded on YouTube, on the YouTube channel Westchester County Post. and that will be soon posted. Later today. It takes time to process these things.
I
But if you
understand.
want to go to YouTube, Westchester County Post, you can see parts 1, 2, and 3 of Bishop Edwards' message, and then later today, those YouTube links will also be posted on the website westchestercountypost.com. It was a great message. It was really, timely and really shaming for me as a white person.
Why should it shame you? Why should it shame you? That's the other side of the issue. You didn't do anything to hurt anybody.
I haven't done anything, but I know that so many of white supremacy is raising its head again in American society, and I'm ashamed for our entire country. I'm ashamed as an American for all these anti-Semitic attacks that have been happening here in New York, and the hashtag #MeJew is trending, along with kind of to imitate the Me Too movement. But we are all the same as
we are, but you see, equal to that, if I may, just a little bit of an intellectual back and forth. It's not that I disagree with you, but one of the things that happens with these things, in the well-intended effort to say, do not paint all people with one brush, nor should we paint all white people with the brush. Where I've been having difficulties with some of the things that go on in our school system here in New Rochelle, I understand white privilege, and I've said many times on this radio show, the quote, one of the best quotes that I've ever heard was from Chris Rock, when he talks about white privilege, and he says, and I'm going to mimic it as best I can, how great he sounds when he does it. He goes, somewhere in this theater, in the back of the theater, is a white guy with one leg and one eye making minimum wage, and if I asked him if he wanted to be me, he'd say, no, I'm going to stick with this white thing for a while, and I'm rich. Well, he's right, but that's white privilege. White supremacy that term is being overused to the point of becoming wholesale reverse bias. And I know there are those in the city that say that's not possible. It sure is. And balance in life, whether it's the kinds of things you talk about with health and homeostasis, balance matters. We can't be painting all white people with that brush.
No, I totally agree. But it seems that the viciousness of
it's always been there. Yeah, it's always been there. It's always been there.
It has always been there, but it seems to me that folks feel more, in the last few years, for whatever reason.
We know why. Come
more
on.
confident and more free to express their
absolutely,
anti fill in the blank sentiment.
Absolutely, Janelle, you're spot on, and unfortunately, the barbarians weren't just at the gate; they came inside, and so it's okay now to use code words and to take advantage. As someone wrote the other day, they don't even think the president's cynical in getting votes. They don't even think he's racist. They just think that, well, if he says, if I do this or that, the crazies are going to vote for me, and that's enough. And that's, and I don't know what to do about that. Similarly, there are people who will vote for people on the left because they want to point that say every white person's a white supremacist, and I won't tolerate that. I won't take that. That's not going to fly on this radio show. I mean, like this stuff. Have you ever seen the what do they call them? When you do a presentation, I forget what it's called now. The program we all use when we give presentations. My God. Anyway, PowerBook, whatever it is. I digress.
PowerPoint.
Thank you very much. They have this thing that they make teachers take in New York. And do you know three characteristics of white supremacy? Do you know what they are?
Not off the top of my head.
A sense of urgency, a commitment to excellence, and a belief in language.
Well, those 3 points are certainly points that I live by. I'm committed.
Well, no,
to
you better
excellence,
not. Then you're a
and-
white. But according to this, then you have elements of white supremacy in you. So maybe you were right. See, that's my point. When you
Well,
start doing things like
yeah.
that, you're even hurting the people you're trying to protect. Would you want an airline pilot who didn't have a sense of urgency? Would you want a lawyer who didn't have a belief and a commitment to language? I mean, they got.
Yeah, I love language.
Forget about it.
I think what distinguishes the white supremacist is the content of the language.
Well, yes, of course. Well, no. What it is, though, too, is if you look at it closely, that's because if someone doesn't handle the language well, it's a way of forgiving that. Yes, you can forgive it, but you still should correct it. If someone says it's okay to be late for school every day, no, it's not. If you want to do well in this world, you got to show up on time. Anyway,
Yeah,
I don't mean,
that's true.
and you know me well enough to know I'm the last. I'm a classic New York City neurotic who skews left. But if I'm not fair, and I'm not to both sides, then I'm not worth. I shouldn't be behind this microphone. Anyway, that's just me. But this minister that you talked of, God, I'd love to have him on because he makes such sense. We are slaves and living lives we don't want to live half the time. So what else are you up to, young lady? Did I lose you? Did you hit the button? I didn't hit any buttons. Another woman leaves me. Good morning. You're on Radio Westchester.
Yeah, Steve Callis here.
Stephen, you can stay. Your boss inadvertently dropped, but we were pretty much done. We solved the racial strife in one conversation. And now that you're here, it means that I have to bring Jake to his microphone. Now, the cool thing is Jake was sick all week, and people were worried that we weren't going to have his picks of the week because, after all, they want to get rich, particularly on this day.
Right.
In fact, right now, I just observed he coughed up a lung, a kidney, and I'm pretty sure I saw intestinal material. And he's wiping the seat that he's sitting on. We'll say hello to him for a minute. And do me a favor if you can. If you know your phone won't be free, you can send Janelle a text. Janelle, listen in. We'll talk to you later. But a great hit. Remember, folks, before we move on to her sports editor in 3 minutes, Janelle Albritton's the managing editor and the publisher of the Westchester County Post.com. She also has a subsidiary paper, the Mount Vernon Post. And her with us right now, but we're going to go to the weather first, and then we will get to Stephen Callis. He is the sports editor for the Westchester County Post.com. Let's take a look at the weather, and my lousy music system won't comply. I hate you, music system. I hate you. There you go. Boy, it's slow as molasses. All righty, 747. The weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. It is 42. We're not going to get up much beyond 43 today. It's overcast, and we do have, it's cloudy out there now. We had rain off and on, and we'll continue with some rain off and on, spotty showers into the evening. And tonight it will ease off around midnight with a low of about 39. Tomorrow, periods of off and on light to moderate rain. And tomorrow night, rain will end and maybe a snowflake or two. Now, it's not going to snow. Don't go running around, God, get milk and bread. You might see 2 flakes if you're lucky. And it'll get down to 34, not much. Won't even get into freezing territory tomorrow night. Sunday, a mix of sun and clouds, windy, lows around 34. And Monday, sunny, 41 degrees, maybe a flurry or two. Right home about that one. And this bottom of the hour is brought to you by the United Hebrew of New Rochelle, a top-rated campus of senior care. Visit UHDC.com. Aging Issues Management, the law firm of Payne and Kahn. Plug in Virtual Reality and Dominic Cigars, who in a mere 10 minutes, actually 11, will bring you this week's football picks for Wild Card Weekend. Dominic's Fine Cigars, licensed retailer with a big selection, including Arturo Fuente, Padrones, and more. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located at 204 Boston Post Road in Larchmont. They're open 7 days. And right on time, as I look at the clock, we didn't even hit 7:50 yet. He is with us, Stephen Callis. So much to talk about. and so little time. Good morning, Steve. How are you?
All good, Bob. Good to be with you and Jake.
And let's say hello to Jake, who is diseased. Jake, how are you doing?
Happy New Year. Feel a lot better.
You do feel a lot better. We're glad for you. We were looking. I was going to be sending you a little note in a little while to text me then your picks, because people look forward to your picks. They're getting tax write-offs because of you with all their losses. All right, I got a couple of stories I want to share with Steve, and please, you'll comment this before we get to you. Dylan Betances, it's official. He's signed. He's a Met. Worth the risk, in my view. I mean, he's getting a $5 million bonus, $5.5 million bonus, $2 million for the year. What a bargain if he works out, huh?
Well, absolutely, if he works out, but there are two problems. A is health. But B, when you're 6'8", 6'9", and you're a pitcher, and I'm sure you know this, Bob, Randy Johnson for years, couldn't throw the ball over the plate. But once they get locked in, and he's been a 4-time All-Star, so he's been locked in plenty of times, he's dominant. And that's exactly what the Mets, I guess they thought Diaz was going to do it, but he didn't quite do it in New York, in my opinion. I don't know if it was a New York thing or a stuff thing, but Dylan Betances has already done it in New York, so you don't really have to worry about that from a mental, can he walk in and do it in New York, because he's done it. So I think you're right. It's a great signing, and Van Wagenen is getting these people to save his job, frankly, in my opinion.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb here with Diaz, and I realize I'm going out on a limb, and Jake will probably go after me if I'm wrong. But Diaz may have been – it's inexplicable because he still threw the ball hard. You still could see movement.
Yep.
My guess is he is one of those people who couldn't get around the change in the seams on the baseball, because that does affect him. That's what I think.
I think you're right. That whole baseball thing is one of the strangest things. But you heard about Tanaka, who was no good the first half of the year, changed the grip on his splitter, and became Tanaka again. So these guys had to adapt to what the ball was. But it's so weird to me, because this, more than – we can talk about launch angle all we want, but this, to me, was the biggest difference in the baseball last year. And for baseball to try and say, we didn't do anything, nothing's changed. I remember seeing Pedro Martinez showing, with an old baseball and a new baseball, the difference in the seams in terms of putting his fingers between the seams and not being able to do it. And that changed the way the ball would break in his mind. And once Pedro said it, it seemed to me that was like a given that's what was happening. Justin Verlander, of course.
Oh, yeah.
So, it was really incredible. But it became, frankly, in some cases, like softball games to me. And I didn't really think that was baseball, frankly.
See, I agree with you. Now, I was a mediocre high school pitcher that only threw stuff. And if a ball had, and, high school, the baseballs would always be a little different. And if a ball had low seams, I would deliberately get it scuffed so that it would be thrown out. I couldn't.
I gotcha. Good idea.
I couldn't pitch a ball with low seams. But again, I can't even imagine.
Bob,
yeah.
If I could say, since we're on baseball briefly here, Roberto Clemente died December 31st, 1972.
Yes, I do.
I have probably the best researched article I've ever written on Roberto Clemente.
Where do we get it?
WestchesterCountyPost.com. Just click on Sports Spotlight. There's a short video and a long article that I wrote that you will love, because it just goes into the knock on Clemente is he only hit 240 home runs.
Oh, good grief.
I don't want to go into the whole thing, but he played at Forbes Field, where they kept the batting cage in left center field during the games. It's kind of like the old Yankee Stadium, if you will. And I just go through 10 or 15 quotes from Sandy Koufax, Rogers Hornsby, and guys who said that he had tremendous power. It all started when Duke Snider was on with Mike and the Mad Dog many years ago, and they said, Clemente was a great player, but he wasn't that great. He only had 240 home runs. And Duke Snider said the following: "Are you kidding me? Of course he had power." Quote, "He played in an airport." Close quote.
Yeah,
and that's the whole basis of what happened. And when you find out what happened to Forbes Field, you'll shake your head, because I don't think anybody knows exactly what they did with the fences.
We encourage,
really Clemente and others.
We encourage people to go on WestchesterCountyPress.com and look at that piece. Well, what we used to say about him when I was a kid, a teenager, following him, he used to hit ropes. That's what we used to call him. Oh my God, into the gap. Roberto, the best arm I ever saw. God, what a great ball player.
And by the way, his quote was in Forbes Field when the fences were all the way back, and that's the interesting thing about the article, what they did to the fences at Forbes Field when Ralph Kiner came to play there with Hank Greenberg.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll love all this stuff, but Clemente said, I can't try and hit home runs in Forbes Field because it's too deep everywhere, and that's what made him a line drive hitter. Senator
Yeah.
Pye Traynor from the 20s and 30s, said Forbes Field is a triples park, not a home run park, because of the dimensions. I think you'll love it, and I think a lot of your readers,
I
especially
certainly will
baseball
love it.
lovers, will really love the research there that I just haven't seen anywhere else, frankly.
Well, good for you, and we're glad you did it. Another story that we did, just going back to baseball for a moment, Jermaine, Herman, someone already
Herman,
corrected
yeah.
me. Herman, 82 games. One of the problems with domestic violence, and you'll forgive me, I hope this was an anomaly, but it rarely is. It rarely is. I honestly thought that Ray Rice was an anomaly, based because I know him a little bit and his wife. But I'm hoping that Jermaine can stay out of trouble. I mean, he was a big winner for them. And the Yankees, I found, were very disloyal. I mean, what he did, he should not have done. But they didn't even mention his name for 6 months, for God's sakes. Why did they do that?
He fell off the face of the earth. But this is the new world, and I think the correct world, frankly. You really got to come down hard. The Ray Rice thing was a fiasco in terms of the way the NFL handled it. You actually had the commissioner of the NFL, who makes $40 million a year, saying, "Oh, I really didn't know." For example, I didn't know that you put the person who's accused of the domestic violence with the person who was the victim. I didn't know you put them in didn't put them in the same room at the same time. And I'm listening to that, going, "What are you, out of your mind? You're Roger Goodell. You make $40 million a year. You don't even know that." That's kind of intro to
no,
stuff.
and what I mean by loyalty isn't here's what I'm saying. The guy wins you 16 games. He should do the time. He should be punished. He should be. There's no question about it. And in this day and age, but what I find is we live in a world now where when someone gets a brand on them, I mean, it's okay to at least mention his name and say he's on suspension. Wow, he won 16 games. We could use it, but he needs to do his time. But they pretend that he didn't even exist. You know, I
think teams from a PR perspective now want him almost wipe their hands. They're not going to cut him like it happens in football if you're not a very good player. He was their top pitcher at the time, as you know. Not that he would have been a top playoff pitcher because he didn't have that experience. But you're right. They become persona non grata.
This is why I'm so hard on the people that run Major League Sports, and why I've always loved Jim Bounton. I'll use they're full of spit. The people that run baseball, it's a marketing business. It's more about marketing than it is about the competition, and it's unfortunate. And
I think that's the new world, though, for frankly all of these sports. We have to keep that 5-7 football team. Oh, we're still in it. If we can only win and get to 8-7 or 9-7, we can make the playoffs. That's for another day. The wild cards have ruined sports to some degree, in my opinion.
Now, what are the top stories that you're looking at before we go to Jake's picks and then talk more sports? What's been on your mind, sir?
Well, I shot some videos with Janelle, who, as you said, is a videographer among 20 other things that she does. But we did a few yesterday on the 4 NFL playoff games, which will be up at some point later today. We also did the Final Four of college football. I know college football isn't what it once was in New York. People forget, that Army was an incredible football power back in the 40s and 50s, and that NYU had an incredible team. That's like ancient history, I understand. But still, the Final Four is the Final Four. So we did a couple of videos on the Final Four in college football. We did one video on the 4 games coming up today that I'm sure we'll talk with Jake about shortly. And, just trying to cover stuff like that, it's become more of an obviously NFL playoff season. We're going to get into the NBA and hockey now that college football is essentially over. And I even did one on Notre Dame, because one of the things we did this year was cover Notre Dame, because she had a sponsor who was, an Irish bar, and they wanted to do Notre Dame football. And they had a good bowl win. They weren't quite, Notre Dame, it's pretty much the Final Four or bust, and they got 2 losses, so they didn't make the Final Four. But those are the main topics now. But forward-looking, it's going to be some more NBA after the football playoffs.
I got an NBA story for you. We can bring your firepower, your horsepower, your great voice. No, seriously, this guy, Mike Miller, is, and it's only because I was coincidentally doing pregame shows for the Westchester Knicks. And I watched this guy in practice. And what's supposed to be a shoot-around, working with the players. I mean, sweat pouring out of his head. He had this one player who had trouble pulling up off the run, pulling up to take jump shots. He must have made him do 50. And then he was doing picks and rolls, and this guy now, they've won more games under him in the 2 weeks than they did under the big.
6-6. Well, he's an old-time lifer.
Yeah.
He comes from that school.
Yeah.
That's kind of a rarity nowadays. Oh, you didn't play in the league. What's wrong with, how can you coach? But he's already showing, look, the Knicks have some good players. They have no stars. But, Randall's a good player. Morris is a good player. The big young guy, Robinson, is a good player. So they're okay. But, again, if you're looking at it from a championship perspective, they're miles and miles away.
No, they
but
are.
You're totally right. He's turned it around in terms of at least making them competitive. And, they beat Portland the other night easily.
Yeah.
And that's saying a lot because they had both of their guards, their star guards.
Maybe.
And Carmelo got his 26, but they still beat him easily.
Maybe basketball's ready to do what football and hockey and baseball have already figured out. But the case I always use is John Tortorella. He never made it out of single A hockey. He never made it out of the Atlantic Coast League, and he did play Division I, but when it wasn't what it is today. But he came up as a coach, and now he's one of the best coaches in the game. And you see it in football, guys that were backup quarterbacks. You see it in baseball, guys you never heard of were managing in the minors. I hope that they do that, and it would be nice to see you turn your guns on that. And again, I'm kind of using you, I realize it, but you really are experienced. And the other thing is, if hockey doesn't get back, and I don't mean brutal hitting, if it doesn't get back to stronger defensive play, only the Islanders play that way, and make it scary in front of the net and tough to cross the blue line, it's going to turn into just a run and gun game. It's a different game.
Well, I was going to say it's going to turn into the 1980s.
Yeah, really is. No, listen, we want you to stay with us. We have, and it's coming up as it does each and every Friday, folks. Jake Schaefer. It's time for Jake's Picks of the Week. That's right. He's 22, 20, and go ahead. 24, 22, and 1.
24, 20, and 1.
Okay, and he did. His voice.
That's getting better.
Yeah, he is getting better, and of course, it is, as we know, it is Wild Card Weekend in the NFL. This week's football picks are brought to you by Dominic's Fine Cigars, licensed retailer with a big selection, including Arturo Fuente. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located at 204 Boston Post Road in Larchmont, and they're open 7 days. Good morning, sir. How are you? You're feeling better. You have a nice deep voice from your illnesses, but
good morning.
Welcome back, and it's good to see you. People are ready. They're getting their money ready. We'll do the wheel second, but first your picks.
Best weekend of the year. I think tomorrow's games are absolutely fantastic. I like both underdogs.
What?
I think I like both underdogs to actually win.
Who? Give us name.
Buffalo is in Houston. They are getting 2.5 points. I think the Bills are going to go to Houston and win the game. So I will pick the Bills and take the 2.5 points.
Okay, Buffalo versus Houston. Next.
And the Titans are in New England. This is the first time the Patriots have played on Wild Card Weekend in 11 years.
Well, they usually don't get the bye, right?
And the Titans are 5-point underdogs. I think they have a shot to go into New England and beat the Patriots.
Are you betting the Titans?
I'll take the 5 points.
Woof!
I'll take the 5 points.
He bets the dog, folks. Are you listening to this? We're going to get your comment in a minute, Steve Callis. All right, the Titans over New England. Next.
Steve, you got to help me. Get me on the Eagles somehow. There's nothing I like better than a
Eagles
home
playing?
Underdog.
Who are the Eagles playing?
They are playing the Seahawks. They're in Philadelphia. They are 2-point underdogs. I just can't see how the Eagles pull this one off. What do you say, Steve?
I'm going to take the Eagles because I didn't think they could beat Dallas. They've won with smoke and mirrors the last 4 weeks, admittedly twice against the Giants and once against Washington, but the Dallas win was a big win. They're at home. The Seahawks are really good, but just not quite. Russell Wilson is the magic man to me. I don't know how he's a magician. I don't know how he does it. He keeps them in every game. But I think the Eagles, given their defense, and they got these guys coming off the practice squad we never heard of, like Greg Ward and Boston Scott, 3 touchdowns last week.
Yep.
I think they have a chance. And here, I'll give you a gambling stat that I don't usually know about, but a buddy of mine told me about this. So I'm sure you know, Jake, that Seattle went to the Link this year and beat the Eagles in Philadelphia 17-9 in Week 12.
Uh-huh.
But how about this stat? Since 1996, the home team in the playoffs that lost to a visiting team during the regular season is 30-16 against the spread. That's pretty powerful stuff, even though you look at it on paper and you go, Seattle's the favorite and Seattle should win. So I'll take the Eagles on championship experience, which they have, 20 guys at least who are on that Super Bowl team. And Carson Wentz, whatever the question marks were on him, he played 16 games. He's healthy for the first time for a whole season, and he's been great, not good, the last 4 games. And again, I understand who 3 of those games were against, but the 4th one was against a good Dallas defense, and they got the job done when they had to.
Okay,
That's the
so
best I can
let's
do on
get
the
your
Eagles.
pick. Let's get your pick. What's the official pick?
Very convincing argument, but I'm going to go with the Seahawks.
What are you giving?
2 points in Philadelphia.
Okay, Seahawks it is. So far, Buffalo, Titans, Seahawks. What's your 4th game this week?
I think the Saints are going to destroy the Vikings in New Orleans. The Saints are 7.5-point favorites, but I think the Saints win by 10 at least.
So you're going with the Saints.
Yeah, I will take the Saints.
And
over
you're
the
giving
Vikings.
how much?
7.5.
7.5. So we've got the Saints. All right, Jake's picks. Sum them up. Buffalo over Houston. He's taking the 2.5. Titans,
On the road.
Titans, he's taking the 5 against New England, but he's going with the Seahawks against the Eagles, and he's getting 2 in this case. No, you're giving up 2. And you're taking the Vikings over.
No, I'm taking the Saints, giving 7.5.
Oh, you're taking the Saints. All right, I'm sorry.
I think that has a blowout. Has blowout written all over it.
Okay, now let's just, we get 3 different ways to show you how dumb we are, folks. We're going to do the wheel in a minute. Now, what about you, sir? What about Callis? Which games did you like? Do you agree with the Buffalo pick?
I don't. I think if you had asked me before, Jake, I would say you can make a case for the Bills, you can make a case for the Titans, and you can make a case for the Seahawks. But I'm going to take all 4 of the home teams. And the biggest one I like is the Patriots. I know they lost to Miami, but the Ryan Tannehill, I don't know, you tell me, comeback player of the year or whatever you want to call him
It's
now.
an incredible story.
He's 0-6 against Brady and Belichick in Foxborough because he played all those years in Miami.
I just like that big running back of theirs. I think it's the perfect recipe to play the Patriots.
Oh, I think you're right. It's kind of like Ray Rice years ago when the Ravens went in there and beat them 33-14. I totally understand what you're saying. And Vrabel, being an expatriate, he knows what they're going to do. Having said all of that, Patriots have been able to run the ball recently, and I think that's going to help Tom Brady not look 42 anymore. And they still have a really good defense, but you're right. I think Derrick Henry, not Tannehill, is the key to the game. But
Gentlemen,
I'll take the Patriots.
It's 8:07, and you know what that means? It means it's time for the wheel. Let's see if
lucky to hit the wheel.
Fate can beat either of you. And for game number 1, the wheel. Who do they like? Saints. All right. So the wheel picks the and for game number 2, what will the wheel say?
Saints again.
Well, no. Okay. Well, that's a do-over. And I don't have my finger on the wheel. See?
I swear to God, the Saints again.
Well, that means triple down on the Saints.
Yeah, bent the ranch. What do you got?
That is the Patriots.
Oh, the Pats. Okay, the wheel's doing pretty good here. Game number 3.
Texans.
Texans against who? Who they playing?
Bills.
Oh, so the Texans. Okay. The Texans against the Bills. All right, that's one out. One more. Will the wheel do better than our man Jake Schaefer, or our guest, Stephen Callis? And the winner is...
whichever team is closest. So, looks like it is the Seahawks.
The Seahawks. Wow. Okay, the wheel picks...
The wheel was in lockstep with Steve.
Yeah, no kidding. The wheel and Steve.
I like the Eagles, so 3 out of 4, yes, but
You're right.
I like the Eagles.
Okay, those are Jake's Picks of the Week. Steve Callis weighed in as well. Jake's Picks of the Week are brought to you by Dominic's Fine Cigars, licensed retailer with a big selection, including Arturo Fuente, Padrones, and more. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located at 204 Boston Post Road, Larchmont. They're open 7 days. Now, we have a few minutes, and for the sake of our listeners, if it was hockey, my mouth would be running. But it's football. Jake, Steven, what are people going to be talking about this weekend? What are the issues? Let's go where many people like to go. You mentioned, Steve, that Mr. Brady won't look 42. What is it about New England? Are they finally starting to slip, gentlemen? You two take over, because I don't know enough about it.
I think they are starting to slip. Unfortunately, I've told you this before on the air, Bob. My son is a diehard Patriots fan for 20 years now, and he was like literally 6 or 7 years old. But having said that, I think he was really good last year because they had an incredible running game. And the whole question for me with the Patriots is, can they get back to running the ball against the Titans? Titans are pretty good against the run. The Patriots have the greatest line coach in the history of football, Scarnecchia, who, if you could put a non-head coach in the Hall of Fame, this guy, and not even a coordinator, this guy would be the first guy in.
How long has he been there?
He's been there on and off for like 20 years, but he was gone for a few years, and then when they coaxed him out of retirement, they won, 3 of the last 4 Super Bowls, or 3 of the last 5.
What does a guy like that get paid? Do you think he gets $1 million?
I hope by now he should be, because he's worth $1 million, because he literally changed their offensive line schemes and made them a running team. The Patriots, for years, you know this, they were a run and gun, throw the ball team. Mm-hmm. Those short passes replaced the running game. But last year, see the 13-3 Super Bowl, which 50 years from now people will go, what the heck happened that year? How could there be a 13-3 Super
Jake,
Bowl
do you agree
in the
with
world
that?
of passing?
Jake?
It does seem like New England is, but every time this year, I think they may have lost a step or two. They always get into the playoffs, and there they are in the Super Bowl again. So we'll see. Okay,
leaving them out of it, again, for you two to chew on, net, who is considered the zeitgeist out there? Who's the best team in football this year?
Oh, well, I'll defer to Jake, but it's got to be the Ravens right now after what they did to the Patriots, and then they won every game.
I would say the Ravens as well.
Now, when do they? Well, they have a week off, so we don't get a chance to bet on them until next week.
They'll be next week.
Who are the other important teams that have buys this week that we should keep an eye on? Steve, you first, then Jake.
Well, for me, it's the 49ers with a bye. I actually like the Saints to go to the Super Bowl, which means at some point they'll have to beat the 49ers probably. But I think the best team on paper with a bye is San Francisco. I'm not as big a Green Bay fan. I know Aaron Rodgers is a miracle worker, but I don't think their defense is quite as good as people think. So I think it's San Francisco in the NFC, along with the Saints, who are playing this week. And then, of course, I think it's going to be the Ravens, much as I talk about the Patriots. They've never won the Super Bowl when they didn't have a bye, the Patriots. So I think it's going to be the Ravens and the Saints in the Super Bowl, but the 49ers are kind of the favorite in the NFC.
Jake?
I'll be watching Kansas City pretty closely. No one's really... Lamar Jackson is kind of overshadowed Mahomes and the Chiefs this year, so I'll be watching them very closely. I just think all 4 teams on the bye are very fascinating. You never know what Aaron Rodgers is going to do, but...
Okay, what about dark horses? Who are the dark horses? Who could surprise
playing this
us?
weekend?
Yeah,
I could easily see the Saints going to the Super Bowl.
Okay, their quarterback is Drew Brees, right?
Yes.
Okay,
right.
What about Mahomes? Is he good enough to bring Kansas City to where they need to go?
I think so. And Lamar Jackson, this is his first run in the playoffs, so it's no guarantee he's going to be a Superman.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
If I could say, I think the problem for the Chiefs is they can't stop the run. And that's a big problem in the postseason. And if you have a good running team against the Chiefs who can that's going to be, if the Patriots do beat the Titans, that will be their plan against the Chiefs to, one of those Giants against the Bills with Bill Belichick keeping the ball for 40 minutes in that 2019 Super Bowl. They're going to try and run all day. Now, the Patriots could not run against the Chiefs when they play them, but another team like the Ravens, I think, we'll see what Jake thinks, can run all day on everybody. I think that's why that matchup, if it comes to fruition, Ravens-Chiefs, is going to be a Ravens victory.
Jake?
I concur.
He was shaking his head. I got to remind him where I'm ready. It's 8:14. All right, I want to go. I want to feed the home beast. A lot of stories in the last few days about Gettleman and the Giants. We did the story early today that he admitted that his idea of trying to rebuild at the same time you try to win, that was a losing proposition. It didn't have the ring of sincerity, but I don't know enough about football. What do you think, Jake, and then Steven?
I'm not a Gettleman fan at all. I don't trust him. There's just something. I just don't like his blueprints. I don't like how he deals with the media. He doesn't seem like a very honest person. I'm fascinated to see who their next coach is. I just think it makes complete sense to bring in McCarthy, but I have no idea what they're going to do.
Thule keeps coming up, this guy. Thule. What about you, Steven?
I think Gettleman spoke before the season, and he said, I have a plan, but I'm not going to tell you guys what the plan is. I think no, do you remember that? It was like ridiculous. And now, just last week, and Jay can speak to this better than I, but he's like, oh yeah, I think we're gonna get an analytics department now. That's kind of, whatever you think of analytics, Bob, and I know you and I are old school, analytics has a place in every one of these sports, including hockey, including football, and for this guy to essentially say, I go with my gut, I don't know about analytics, and now admitting after a miserable season, yeah, we're going to have an analytics department now, and I have to learn from my mistakes. Well, hold it now. You've been in the league for 100 years. You need to adapt to that before the season starts. But he's hanging his hat on Daniel Jones, and Daniel Jones may or may not be a franchise quarterback. I'm a Giants fan. I'm not as sold as everybody else because he's also been a turnover machine, and you've got to get rid of that. But certainly he has ability. He's one of only 3 quarterbacks in the history of the NFL as rookies to throw for 4 or more touchdowns 3 times. One of them, by the way, Bob, being Fran Tarkenton.
Yes, I remember Fran.
And I think Deshaun Watson's the other one. So I think he that's probably what he sold to Mara and Tish. We got you a quarterback, and everybody was down on me because I didn't take Haskins. I got this guy, and he might be, but I'm not as sold on him yet as everybody else is because just had a lot of turnovers.
What about you, Jake?
I feel the exact same way about Jones. I'm surprised that he's already been anointed as the next big thing around here.
Now, since you guys know this stuff, and I know I keep deferring, but I'm learning quickly, I am just shocked, being defensive-oriented because I've coached hockey so long. Can you have a guy, if he doesn't improve on turning over, how can he be he can't be in the majors. He can't be an NFL starting quarterback if he keeps turning over the ball, can he? I mean, for example, I'll give you an example. We have a standard in hockey. If a defenseman gets beat one-on-one more than a couple of times a season, one-on-one, he's at the wrong level. Isn't there a standard in football like that for a major league quarterback?
There is, but he's a 1 year, he's just a rookie, so he's going to have that excuse, if you will. And I think you can cut out. In fact, his problem is more lost fumbles, than even interceptions. But that's a problem. If you're like a Belichick, Parcells, if you're on their team and you're a running back, you fumble once, you're on the bench.
Yeah, no
once,
kidding.
Not twice, once. But I think with him, that's going to be the rap. Remember, Eli Manning replaced Kurt Warner. The Giants were 5-4 that year, and I remember writing an article, the Giants are waving the white flag, and they got all defensive. We're not waving the white flag, we're trying. And Eli Manning was 1-6. So I think, I forget exactly what Jones was, but he wasn't a lot better. He had 2 or 3 victories.
But if he keeps turning over the ball, you can't have him there. I mean, it's just...
Well, but we'll see what happens next year. I assume, he's going to get all the first-team reps. He's going to have a full training camp when he's the number 1 quarterback. And again, I'm kind of on the fence on him. I'm not sure he's the answer, but he's certainly going to be the starting quarterback next year for the Giants, and we'll see if Eli plays somewhere else or retires.
Okay, before we move, now, before I send you two guys to the Netherlands of radio, Jake always has his lock of the week. Jake's Lock of the Week, brought to you by Dominic's Fine Cigars, licensed retailer with a big selection, including Arturo, Fuente, Padrones, and more. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located at 204 Boston Post Road in Larchmont, open 7 days. Now, the lock for the week, folks, this is the one where you go and you mortgage the house, and you don't even go to the state. You go to a bookie because you don't want to pay tax. I didn't say that, but your Lock of the Week.
See, this week is really hard. It's hard to do these playoff games because you can't really choose the games that you want.
We need the Lock of the Week.
New Orleans.
The Saints.
7.5-point favorites.
7.5-point favorite.
home
All right,
against
folks, you'll
the
want to
Vikings.
tune in Monday at 8 o'clock for the results. Steve Callis, before you go, tell people where they can find that wonderful video and piece you wrote and did on the great Roberto Clemente.
Yeah, please, again, I think baseball fans, especially Clemente fans, will love it. WestchesterCountyPost.com. Just on the homepage, click on Sports Spotlight. I do like a 5 or 6 minute introductory video, but right under that is a very long, very well-researched article on why Roberto Clemente really did have great power despite hitting 240 homers. My premise is he should be one of the top 10 or 15 ball players of all time.
Oh,
He's always
absolutely.
dismissed, but he's always dismissed, Bob, by the experts. I'm putting that in quotes because he didn't have power. Read that article, and I think you'll have a different view of him after you read it.
Well, I already agree with you, but I'm sure I will love the article. Thank you very much, Stephen Callis, everyone. Coming up in just a few minutes, we will talk with Al Tarantino. Jake, great job. Out of a sick bed to pick his games, to come in. That's what we do in radio. You come in, you crawl in. You
Crawled in from the hospital.
Did you go to the hospital?
No.
Oh, no. You scared me. All righty. We do have to do some weather, and then we will be back. So, Stephen Callis, thank you very much. Go ahead and read the WestchesterCountyPost.com. The weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit UHGC.com. It is 43, which is where we're going. It's overcast, cloudy with rain this morning with a few spotty showers this afternoon. Tonight, cloudy with more rain arriving after midnight. Lows around 39. Saturday, periods of rain, light rain to moderate rain off and on. Saturday evening, that's tomorrow night, rain will end and maybe a snowflake or two, but don't say, oh, God, it's snowing. It's not going to get below 34, so don't worry too much about that. Sunday, a mix of sun and clouds. It'll get down to 28 at night. Now, you'll get some sunshine, but it ain't happening until Monday. It'll be sunny and 41. And the top of the hour is brought to you by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, the top-rated campus of senior care. Visit UHDC.com. Aging Issues Management, Aging Issues Radio, the law firm of Payne and Con, Dominic Cigars, and Plug In Virtual Reality. And we'll be talking, here's what's coming up in the next few minutes. We'll be talking with Al Tarantino just about any moment now. But coming up this hour, did I turn this card around? Yes, I did. We're going to talk with Dr. Victor Sternberg. He's a longtime host of Politics and Your Health. And then at 9 o'clock, and we're really proud that we were able to contact her yesterday, we will be talking with Sean Patterson Howard, the newly sworn-in mayor, the first woman mayor of Mount Vernon. Yes, we applaud the fact that that's a first. But more importantly, we wish her well, and she was elected because people think that as an executive, which is what she is or was right now, as the executive director of the Yonkers YMCA, that she can bring some order to the chaos that has been Mount Vernon for some time. So that's coming up. We'll be talking with her. Now, Monday, we're working on a slightly different schedule. We will be talking with the mayor, of course. Moan Bramson joins us on Monday morning, the first Monday of each month. We also will be joined by George Latimer and Bob Cox. We're going to ask Bob to start looking into this, what's going on at the College of New Rochelle. So far, all is well. On the, I guess, should we call it the Western Front? No, but that's really the Southeastern Front. Hopefully, things will work out. Now, we're waiting for Mr. Tarantino, or should we call him? We have been known to do that, you know. But Al's one, you know, it's interesting. Over the years that we do this, we have certain people who call in 2 minutes after they're due, others 1 minute after they're due. But let's see if we can't get Mr. Tarantino. Where is his number on our phone? We're going to call him and wake him up. What is he doing here? So that's what we're going to do. So bear with me. That noise you hear is the very sad, sick Jake Schaefer, who came in today despite being totally under the weather. We just didn't want him to get any sicker than he was, but he came in nonetheless so that you would have his picks of the week to either make money, or the better opportunity would be to ridicule him, which is Something that, okay, let me see if I got this right. Let me see if I got it right. Yes, I do. All righty. Let's call the man. See if he's ready to come on. Ah, he answered already. Good morning, Al Tarantino. Nope, wasn't there. So we're going to try one more time. You know what? He's not there, so we're going to open up the telephones. 914-222-3141. 914-222-3141. What's on your mind? He may have had a good reason. He may have overslept. We really don't know. But that's how we roll here. We're going to try one more time to get him, and then we will move on. Let's see. Someone forward. All right, let's go. Let's try one more time. Nope. All right, we're going to try something different. This is so interesting doing this stuff. We have ways of making people talk on the phone. So we're going to try this now. Al forgot to call us. He forgot to call us. All right. Just stay there. We've got all kinds of stuff coming up today, but we really want to get this guy on the phone for all the obvious reasons. Oh, he could be calling on the hotline. That would be even better. But we never know who's going to be calling on the hotline. Let's check it out. Good morning. You are on Radio Westchester.
You want me to talk on behalf of Al?
Hey, no, but go ahead. He's going to call in sooner or later, and if he doesn't find, first of all, Happy New Year to you and yours, Mitchell.
Happy New Year to you too, Bob.
What's going on?
Well, there's no parking downtown.
No kidding.
They didn't give me, the Democrats gave me like no seats to give out at the inauguration.
Uh-huh.
They outspoke me 6-1.
Now, what do you mean they didn't? Now, you are a Democratic operative. Everybody knows that. They gave you.
I'm talking on behalf of Albert.
Oh, they didn't give him a pass?
That's what he said. He didn't get any. I said I'd like to sit in his section. He said the Democrats didn't give him any tickets.
Oh. How could they not? Well, he was there. I know he was there. He spoke about it.
But you know what? The Democrats spoke 6 times as long as him.
Well, yeah.
Seems a little unfair, doesn't
They had
it? 6
times as many people there. They had all the new legislators. They had the mayor. Of course they did.
But Al has a lot to say.
Hey, I understand that Sarah Kay actually said something.
Sarah Kay was fantastic. Of course, I wasn't there, so I can't give you first-hand information.
Oh my goodness, I don't know. I'm saying, I announced on the air yesterday. I'm considering a run, but I think
what are you running for?
I think I want to run for.
Well, what are you running away from?
No, I want to run for county legislator when it comes to.
Oh, you just did.
What? No. That was 2 years ago. That was last year. I got 3 years or 2 years. When is it? When can I run?
You have 2 years. They were just elected in November.
Were they reelected already? Oh, every single one? Oh, I got to wait 4 years. That's too long.
No, 2 years. It's 2 years, Bob.
Good. Then I could start working on my campaign now. No more mutes. No more mutes. That's going to be, we are going to have cards made up, bumper stickers called No More Mutes, No More Rubber Stamps. How's that?
All right. Well, there you go. I think that's
primary these people.
I like that platform.
No more mutes. Anyway, tongue in cheek. So what's going on, brother? What's on your mind today besides Al forgetting to call in?
Well, I was just, I'm always interested to hear what Al says because, very insightful about no parking down in downtown. I found out.
Now, let's see if I can get him. Stay right there because I'm calling him on a different line, so maybe he'll remember that he's supposed to be on. It happens. He's very reliable. And there's just something wrong. My phone system is not doing what it's supposed to do, so what can I say? All righty. Anyway, continue, sir.
Well, when you do speak to Al, ask him. It's my understanding that with the new development, that there's been to every spot in the New Rock parking garage, it's been promised to 7 different developers. So for every one spot, 7 developers have been, so it's going to be interesting if they all want that spot, those 7 people.
Let me ask you something. Do you have a problem with what the plans are for that?
Listen, my first problem is we're the only community outside of White Plains that charges you to park to 1 o'clock in the morning.
Well, I agree with you on that, but you know why they did that, right? Because they were getting complaints from the buildings, and they wanted people to park, not park on the street.
Well, maybe the idea would be to make arrangements with the buildings to provide enough parking for the people who live there, because my wife, who goes to Manhattan, doesn't have to pay for meters, but when she goes to downtown New Rochelle, she does. And that is why when we go out to dinner, we go to, very often, instead of going to the wonderful restaurants downtown, we go to Westchester, Pelham.
Yeah, but it's only $1. I mean, I go to Modern all the time. Everybody knows that I'm a big Modern fan. And,
Modern's great. They park your car, so they get.
Well, they will park it, but I also usually find a spot, and if I don't,
no, but I don't mind paying someone to park my car.
Now, you do realize that this is going to be a short-term problem, well, 2 or 3 year problem, and it's going to get worse before it gets better. You do understand that.
I think it's going to get worse, and then it's going to get even more worse.
Well, why is it going to get more worse? I mean, it's a question of definitions, is it not?
Well, we're putting in a lot of new development, but I haven't heard about new parking. So where are these people going to park?
Wow. Okay, well, Al didn't call in, but we'll get him Monday. We'll get Al to come on Monday. He's very reliable.
As I said, everybody apparently claims that they're going to park in New Rock, but there's about 8,000 people who have now been promised 400 or 500 spots in New Rock. So,
well, the whole parking thing's a mess. I've got to go to court again today over a ticket I didn't deserve because I couldn't, in this parking lot here, sometimes the machines don't work, and the guys that write the tickets don't seem to care. I couldn't put it in the 5th floor. I couldn't put it in the 2nd floor. I couldn't put it in down in the 1st floor, and I got a business to run, and I got to be on the air. So I just said, look, I'm going on the air, and they wrote me up. And it's just, we got to get a little more sensible in how we do all this. Let me tell you. And then sometimes the machine won't take your card and it won't take your money. I mean, it's gotten more reliable. But you know what I'm still waiting for? I'm still waiting for someone to get mugged because they had to stand in that machine and figure it out.
Well, we don't want to get anybody mugged.
No. God forbid. But what I'm saying is it's got to be easier.
But you should be thankful because I know that Chuck Strom told the council that because of the generosity of people like Bob Marrone, he was able to balance the budget.
Well, you were able. When I was running the Chamber of Commerce, man, I got more tickets. I got more tickets than a box office at Madison Square Garden.
There you go.
No, but this is just because the machine didn't work. In general, I know, and everybody says, well, get a pass. But you know what? Even this is inconsistent. They chased me. I pulled up over here in front of the train station. And not for a few days, I got away with just keeping it there. But yet there are other people that work here that get away with it. Who do they know that I don't? The cop came in literally when I was on my show last week and told me to move my car. Yet I'm looking at a car right now that's in the same spot I'm always in, and I know the guy works here. Who does he know that I don't?
Listen, I'll tell you a quick funny story about the parking at the train station.
Yeah.
Years ago, someone was racing I was at the train station. Someone was racing for the train. Gave me $10. Said, could you please? I didn't have time to put money in the meter. Could you put money in the meter for me? Blah blah blah. Okay. So I did it. The only problem was instead of putting it from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., I put it from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Wow, that's a lot of money.
Guys don't get. No, I did it reverse. It's the same amount of money, but I said, oh God. The guy's going to get a ticket because I didn't put it for the right time. So I got someone at City Hall, and I said, listen, I put the money in. I put it in for the wrong time. Could you please make sure this person doesn't get a ticket for not paying the meter? So they called me up, and they said, we got good news and we got bad news. I said, okay. The good news is they're not going to give him a ticket for the meter because they understand you put the wrong time. but they parked in the wrong spot, so they're getting a ticket for that.
Wow. Yeah. Well, are you going to participate in my middle class strike come April 1st?
What's your middle?
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to encourage people all over New York State, particularly New York City, Westchester, and the surrounding communities, to not pay tolls, to cover up their license plate, hide their easy passes, and to not pay either on Metro North or the subway, to get the attention that the middle class is getting sick and tired of funding for rich people and the people that need assistance. Enough is enough is enough. If they're going to tell people that they're not going to arrest people who jump through the turnstiles, well, then no one should pay. If they're going to continue to read our license plates and take our money electronically no matter where we go because they can't manage government finances effectively, we are going to go on strike.
Bob?
What?
You have my cell number, right?
Yeah.
Give me a call. I'll happily bail you out.
No, but you can bail me out. You know, Martin Luther King went to jail. And you know, I mean, enough is enough. People are just, they're going along with it. They're going along with it. We're getting, I mean, do you realize the government has all these ways now to take your money? It's like what Easy Pass did to me 2 weeks ago. Wait, let me finish. They took $500 out of my account because they could. I mean, you can't be screwing up people's lives like that. And it happens not just to me. And the people are going across the bridge and they're misreading their license plate and they're getting bills and they're getting their credit screwed up because the government just wants more and more ways to take our money. And I'm not some crazy conservative. I'm just fed up with it.
Bob?
Yeah. You can bail me out.
Martin Luther King went to jail to fight.
No, of course. A much more serious thing. But you don't think it's gotten out of hand? You're the one guy who says, I can't even come here and park anymore. And you're absolutely right. You can. I got to go to my next guest, but hold on. I got to put him on hold. Hold on. Stay right there. I got to put him on hold. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I agree with you that tolls are out of hand, but I'm not sure that's going to be the way to do it.
Well, I don't know.
God bless.
But we're gonna if we don't do it, we're certainly gonna call people's attention. Maybe we'll just limit it to do not pay to get on the subway. Do not.
Bob, I'm going to be rooting for you.
Because your friends on the far left are getting carried away, and because of them, we're gonna have Trump again. And so unless those of us who skew a little left call out our own, which the Republicans won't do, you're gonna have Trump again, and you're gonna deserve it.
So let me see.
You got to stop ripping people off. Enough.
Let me see if I understand this. So if we all refuse to pay for the subway, we won't have Trump?
No. You know, you made that leap, and which is disingenuous, and I know not maliciously so. What I'm saying is you've got Trump because people see all this nonsense like they have at the high schools where you're a white supremacist if you have a sense of urgency and stuff like that. And people are fed up with it. They're fed up with it. They're fed up with this whole, with the new, even though I understand it from a defense point of view, they're fed up with telling people, yeah, we're not going to give you cash bail. We're not going to have cash bail anymore, but we're going to give you a cell phone and tickets to the Mets. People are fed up, and they are going to vote for Trump. And I want to stop it. I want to nip it in the bud. Listen, I got to go because I'm being rude to a doctor. Yes, I'm glad,
Bob. I'm glad it's Friday. Maybe he could give you something to calm your nerves.
Well, it's not my nerves. People need to rise up. I'm telling you, something's gone terribly wrong. All righty. And again, if you look at history, you have to look at the extremes that drove people who are strongmen and totalitarian in their nature. They were driven by the kinds of things and the kind of fabrications and fake science that the far left brings to us. All righty, let's go to our next guest, Dr. Victor Sternberg. He is a periodontist by trade. His show for many years, Politics and Your Health, but he's dying right in front of us, poor Jake. Politics and Your Health. It was famous here for many, many years. It'll come back one of these days, and now he's our guest. Please welcome Dr. Victor Sternberg. Good morning, doctor.
Bob, good morning. I was enjoying your conversation with Mitch this morning.
Oh, well, did you realize my point? I realize I'm being excessive and extreme, but I'm trying to make a point, doctor. This is why we have a Donald Trump, because the people who skew left, they have their own kind of Kool-Aid that they drink, and it's driving people nuts. And everywhere I go, I ask these people, why are you still in Trump's corner? And it has to do with the alternative.
Yeah, that's interesting because I ask also people who don't like Trump but will vote for him. And I say, well, what are the alternatives? And that's the problem. We do not have moderate Democrats who can speak to the middle-of-the-road independents. And so they then will go to vote for the Mr. Trump. And I think Mitch is wrong. And I can tell you that political correctness and all of the defense of those things which are not acceptable, the defense of those things makes people want to escape those viewpoints. I think you are right on, Bob.
Doctor, you teach dentistry right now. In fact, much to our chagrin because we can't get your show back yet, but you teach dentistry.
Right.
Do you mark your papers on a curve because people came through the system less fortunate?
No, I do not, Bob.
Why not?
Well, I'll tell you.
Are you a racist,
why,
doctor?
Because, yeah, you know, this is a very touchy subject with me.
No, but we got to go there.
Well, I'll tell you, Bob, I don't know if I told you on the show, but in the New York State Regents, there is a curve, and it's 40% of the questions correct, a curve to 65 in passing. That came about because of the fact that once we made the Regents available to everybody, necessary, we had a huge failure rate among certain populations. So in order not to make them feel that they can't cut it and they don't get a Regents diploma, we had to curve the exam. And so what we've done basically is we lower the bar to have equal outcomes. And equal outcomes should only be the result of people everyone given the same opportunity, and you then will have the outcomes as they are. Once you want to have diversity in outcomes and make sure that everybody passes, you lower the bar. And I think a lot of the things happening in our country right now are reflective of us not having standards of care and standards of behavior and standards of excellence. And, you know, Bob, the problem is that when you have a standard, there will be winners and losers.
Well, a standard is necessary. Would you want an airline pilot that didn't have a sense of urgency?
No.
I'm just asking.
Or neurosurgeon. No, or a physician who got into medical school because they needed to fill a quota.
Well,
and he really wasn't qualified.
Well, but at least there,
to make decisions.
Yes, but at least if they get into medical school, and I say I don't have a problem providing the opportunity. What we cannot do is guarantee the outcome. See, and that's where I differ. And I always understood affirmative action for that reason. Giving opportunity is one thing, but you can't curve the outcome because it's dangerous. For example, one of the things that they teach New York City school teachers now is that it's a feature of white supremacy to have reverence for language. Can you imagine a lawyer that didn't have reverence for language? Where do we go? How do we say such things? It is infuriating.
Well, Bob, it is infuriating to obviously enough Americans that we have Donald Trump. So those out there who are not willing to listen to this argument and let this be let's not set that all men shall be equal only in the eyes of the law. They shall not have equal outcomes. Outcomes should be based upon effort, valor, and intelligence.
Yes, and you know
That's
what?
the bottom line.
And you know what, Doctor? I'm perfectly willing, as I'm sure you are. I'll invest the extra money in extra education. Yes. I'll invest the extra money to provide social services for families that are troubled or that may be involved with drugs. I'll invest in better correctional facilities that people wind up in jail. I'll invest in tutors to increase the bottom line of people being successful. But we can't change the standards. We can't pretend. And does the left realize that they created Donald Trump? Do you think they know that?
No, they will never admit that. They'll think that only these deplorables out there got their way. That's what they believe. And as long as they believe it's deplorables only, they will continue to have a very right-wing conservative presidency in this country.
Yeah, and because, you know, I travel in those circles, and people say, no, people that no, they're not. And they give me some pretty damn good answers. They're not the answer. I don't agree with them. And they certainly, some people drink the weird Kool-Aid that's put out by the Daily Caller and Fox News and Breitbart. But then they'll say to me stuff like, yeah, but what about this or that? Hey, why don't you go? I came up with this idea. I want to rob a bank, Doc, but I want to do it without violence. I get about 80 grand, maybe become it's 15, 20 grand, fund my business, but it's not a violent felony. Ergo, I walk. And I get a cell phone and tickets to the Mets to come back to court. They won't see me again. I'm just saying, they bring this stuff up, and I don't know what to tell them because you really can't be holding people who don't have money for usurious bail. I get that. But we never hit the sweet spot. It seems we always go to one extreme or the other.
Yeah. Well, remember, Bob, that the issue is that a significant percentage of the population will always vote Democratic, and a significant percentage will always vote Republican, irrespective of the candidate. The key event determining the outcome is the middle 20%. And where the middle 20% leans, left or right, determines the outcome. So 100% you don't need, but that 20% of people that can vote for either way, those are the ones that have to be looked at as the key voters in an election. And you can't turn them off by views that are antithetical to their value system. No, and that's what's happening.
I understand, and it's 8:44, and I know Politics in Your Health being your bailiwick, we started out following up with Mitchell's call, for which we're grateful, by the way, and thank you, Mitch, for having called. Doctor, what's on your mind today?
Well, you found out this week that the government has decided to ban certain flavored inserts into electronic cigarettes. They did not take the leap into banning the sale and manufacture of electronic cigarettes. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm going to make a strange analogy, but you'll just hear me out. Electronic cigarettes do not put a lot of people in the hospital, but it certainly put 2,500 people in the hospital, and it killed probably about 50 or 75 people died of it. A lot of people did not die of it, but it took a population of people who had never been in the hospital for smoking, and it put them in the hospital. Okay. Now, I'm going to make the analogy with assault rifles. There are millions of people that have assault rifles that not harm anybody, but there are a small minority, who do harm people. So my view about a lot of these issues is that you cannot use the argument, well, I have one, but I don't misuse it, therefore don't ban it. I take the view that when any item has a significant possibility of harming a significant number of people, it should be banned. Just like a drug that is very good for treating migraines, but has 2% of the people die or become hospitalized, we take that drug off the market. Okay. So my opinion is that electronic cigarettes have no value. They've never been demonstrated in a long-term study to help people stop smoking. But we do know it has an effect upon getting young people to smoke more, and we do know it's put people in the hospital, and some have died. So what the government did, it went right up to the edge of the lake, but backed off. The banning of the manufacture of electronic cigarettes would make a difference in the lives of many Americans going forward. But we live in a society, just like we do with the opioids. We have a real problem putting down, just like the argument about standards. This is my opinion. Standards mean that there's going to be some unhappy people. Banning electronic cigarettes means there's going to be some unhappy companies. Raising the smoking age, by the way, I just read a study, Bob.
Yes.
They estimate that if we banned cigarettes under the age of 21, the purchase 30 years ago, there would be 50,000 people who would not have died of lung cancer today. There would be 200,000 people that would not die of related diseases because of tobacco. So if we went back to 30 years ago, to 1989, okay, mm-hmm. had we raised the age then to 21, there's about 12% of the population would not have gotten hooked on cigarettes, because most people that start 18 to 21 become cigarette smokers for a long period of time.
Oh, God.
We would be today we'd be burying 50,000 less people from lung cancer. And it's the same mentality about public health, about looking at things. What is the untoward effects of my actions? And cigarettes should never have been approved. Just think about this. We've talked about this before, Bob. I don't want to be redundant.
No, go ahead.
But the fact of the matter, at 400,000 people a year dying of smoking-related diseases, over the last 20 years, that's 8 million people. Right, Bob? And that's a lot of Americans that have died in 20 years. Imagine just think about it. There was a medication it killed 8 million people. It would be on the market one day.
But
The
but
reason we don't ban.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, doctor.
Yeah, but
No, but that's because
the
we
reason we don't-
grandfather things that make money, and we always have.
yeah,
Like, the president, to his
right.
credit, is trying to do something now, some sort of an executive order to limit these vapes. I hope he can do it.
Well, it's a step in the right direction, but again, we know that it's always looked at through the glasses of how is it going to affect people that have businesses, tobacco companies, people who work for. It's always looked at through the lens of what's good for some individuals' businesses, irrespective of what it does to the people who use the product, whether it be gun manufacturers, opioid manufacturers, or tobacco manufacturers. And as a result, we have implicitly decided that human life is expendable at the level it might hurt a business or a company. And that's really the argument we get in. We get the argument with guns, we get the argument with the opioids. It was I was surprised. Fox News had a call with a young man on Fox News, I forget his name. He was actually railing about opioids and the family that walked away with $1 billion. But they couldn't have done that, the Sackler family, without the complicity of the U.S. government and the complicity of the medical profession.
Go ahead, Doctor. I'm sorry. No, I was going to say, apropos of that, as we passed through 850, I was reminded in one of the magazines that I get for Show Prep Business Week, they did a huge piece. Or was it? Well, anyway, maybe it wasn't Business Week, but they did a huge piece about the concern there are people out there who need to be on their opioids, and they're having a hard time getting them. And it reminded me of a conversation that you and Anthony once had about our callers. Once again, trying to find balance is so difficult.
Well, Bob, the reality is if you took the number of people who do need opioids versus the number that have been given it, it's probably 9 out of 10 people have been given it, never needed it.
Right.
The 10% that do need it, they should have access to it, but there should be a process you go through to get it.
Yes.
And it shouldn't be just, and again, it's called standards of behavior, standards of prescribing. A doctor could not. I just read last week on the radio about a patient told me that his daughter was given a prescription for narcotics for having some teeth removed, and this is 2019, almost the end of the year. That should not be done, but it's still being done because, again, if we rely upon individuals to make every decision without having a rule, it'll be used as this physician did use for the patient. So, it all comes back to a society that says this is okay and this is not okay. Freedom is great, but license is not. And that's what we struggle with as Americans.
851, we're talking with Dr. Victor Sternberg, longtime host on various stations of Politics in Your Health. He's a periodontist by trade, but his biggest concern, obviously, is prevention, etc. Speaking, there was that story the other day, and I don't know if I mentioned it to you, about how brushing your teeth staves off certain types of infections. Why does brushing your teeth well and doing those kinds of things help your overall health? What are people missing about this?
Well, just remember that brushing your teeth, which I've used the analogy, it's not really, you're not brushing your teeth. You're removing the number of bacteria on that accumulate in your mouth, because those bacteria produce inflammation in the body if they're left there. If you don't remove all of the bacteria in your mouth, it causes the gums to bleed, become inflamed, and causes some loss of bone. The problem is that when you do have that condition of periodontal disease, every time you brush your teeth, you get bacteria in your bloodstream. They've done studies that have people brush with gum disease. They take some blood and they look, and there's bacteria there. So the introduction of bacteria into the bloodstream for many people is innocuous. But for people that have a propensity to develop arterial disease, those bacteria can have an effect upon the structure of the arteries, increasing the possibility of having increased plaque in your arteries. The people that have respiratory diseases, that have emphysema, the introduction of bacteria into their bloodstream, and the introduction of bacteria into their lungs because they swallow the stuff, and the bacteria get into your lungs, can increase the incidence of pneumonia. And there's a study done where they actually, when they intubated patients, put a tube down their throat to put them to sleep at VA hospitals. They found that people who had periodontal, who hadn't brushed their teeth in a long time or had a heavy plaque on their teeth, had a much higher incidence of pneumonia than those patients that they hadn't thoroughly brushed their teeth for several days before they put them to sleep. So we know those bacteria can get inhaled, those bacteria get into our bloodstream. So you're absolutely right. If you have a healthy mouth, there are a number of syndromes and diseases that can be cut down and avoided. So that's the reason. It's bacteria getting into your lungs and bacteria getting into your bloodstream.
853. You know, Doctor, over the years, we've talked a lot about different autoimmune diseases, including heart, by the way, not an autoimmune disease, but heart disease and the inflammation response. It seems like we're learning more and more about this every day. There's an interesting phenomena going on, and something I came late to, and you're probably aware of it. There is a program called Pimple Poppers about, and women love it. I'm sure men do too, but women, a lot of women that I know have been telling me about it. You ever talk about it on the air? And I said, no. So I checked it out the other night. And there is this doctor, I guess, out in L.A. who deals with all kinds of different cysts and different things like that. And what is the fascination? And it's true. There are some people that need to pop a pimple. It's almost obsessive. Is that in the genes? Is that like a monkey wants to look for a bug on its mate? What is that all about?
Well, you're talking about obsessive compulsive behavior.
Yes.
You know what drives obsessive. You know that's a long. You know that's in the realm, I would say, of the psychiatric community.
No, but there's there's a TV show about it. There are people that are obsessed with it, and I wasn't, you know, and I guess I'm just learning this. But this show is taking over cable.
It's very interesting that we spend our time and our energies discussing people that have obsessive compulsive disorders about popping pimples.
Yeah.
When we have people that have obsessive disorders that end up leading to alcoholism or drug use, things that are really serious. You know, there is, or people that become bulimic, or people that become anorexic, or people who hurt themselves physically. There are very serious obsessive compulsive disorders that would warrant our attention. This one obviously has some comedic interest, and people thought it's interesting. But look, obsessive compulsive disorders, you know, schizophrenia, all these other illnesses are part of the human genome of mental disease. Mm-hmm. In this case, it's somewhat innocuous, but it's more reflective of why we focus on something like this, as opposed to focusing on really serious issues that are affecting us.
Really interesting. I mean, I don't know if you're aware of it, but I bet you ask your wife about it. She probably watches it. It is 8:56. Doctor, you have almost gone breathless over the years talking about obesity, and there seems to be no improvement.
Yes.
What can we do? Or is this a hopeless situation? You don't like to call anything hopeless, but the country's getting fatter every day.
Come in, guys. Well, you know, Bob, I hate to constantly hark back to the psyche of the Americans, our culture, and where we've gone and where we were. You know, you look back at old TV shows or old newsreels, there weren't so many fat people. And yet, many of us had less money at the time, mm-hmm. and we were less affluent. So, just as we have, in a sense, dumbed down our educational system, there's something in our culture that's not leading people to live lives that are healthy. And and education is fine, and there's no doubt that education has an effect upon people, knowing what to eat and picking up cans and seeing how many calories are in it. The problem we face in our culture is that there are people that don't look on the can, don't think about how many calories they eat when they eat a Big Mac and have French fries and a shake. You know, and they're the same people that pick up cigarettes. I mean, why should we even having a conversation about cigarettes in this day and age? Because cigarettes are obviously going to kill you, have a good chance of killing you before you would ordinarily leave this earth.
Oh, you're so right.
I think it's a lack of discipline in the culture, and a lack of awareness of people of what's good for them. And, you know, so you asked me about obesity, and then I say, how did we go from having a few thousand people die a year from narcotics being ingested to 90,000 people? How did this happen? And I am not a sociologist, and I'm not a philosopher, but I would say that there is something rotten in the state of Denmark, in this case the state of America, that is leading people, despite all the information and all the gyms that exist and all the healthcare people jogging, that we have increasing obesity. And I think, you know, there's a significant number of us that do not do the right thing when it comes to our physical well-being, and our diets. You know, we have all this organic food and all this wonderful stuff available to us, and that we didn't have 50 years ago, and yet we continue to become obese.
Doctor, isn't
it's a
it
problem
though?
That's
like the problem on the web, they've got algorithms to find out what our weaknesses are, what our obsessions are, what our addictions are, and marketing people who have become the most evil on earth. That's what they appeal to. I don't know what the answer is, because that's commerce. Caveat emptor.
Remember, let me give you another example related to advertising on TV. If you look at the ads for drugs for diabetes, there's a lot of drug advertising. I want you to just start observing the number of people who are overweight who are taking those drugs. They don't show any thin people that are taking those drugs. And yet I sat with a patient yesterday who told me, who's diabetic on metformin. His blood sugar is higher than it should be. And I said, listen, doc, he's a PhD from China, a very smart man. I said, let me tell you something that I know. I said, if you change your diet, and I gave him Dr. Bernstein's book, if you change your diet and lose some weight and get off the carbs, your blood sugar will go down much lower than it would be on your medication. And he looked at me like I had two heads. He's been seeing doctors for years. Why am I telling somebody that they should lose weight and reduce carbs, despite the fact he's in the medical model? He sees a physician. You know, it is, unfortunately, there is so much lack of knowledge that people have about everything they put in their mouth. And some of it's ignorance, but some of it's advertising. I mean, you take a drug and it'll control your diabetes.
Yeah, that'll do it. Hey, listen, we're up on the clock. How can people get a hold of you if they need to see a good dentist or a good
Get on my
periodontist?
website, Doctor Save My Teeth. And I must say, I'm going to finish one thing, Bob.
Yeah, please do. Go ahead.
Finish one thing.
Please do.
Okay. I have been very interested in preventing people to lose their teeth over my lifetime, and dental implants became the thing. I have hundreds of patients that would have lost their teeth had they gone to a dentist today because they would have said put implants in. And one of the things we're discovering now with dental implants, and unfortunately it's becoming a reality I'm seeing in patients that come to me now that are referred to me, the dental implants are getting disease, just like the teeth did.
Oh.
So the profession has to get back to the basics. It's much better to preserve your health than go through a bypass procedure. It's much better to not develop obesity and end up having diabetes. We must live in a society that prevents disease, because the cost of replacing your teeth with implants is astronomical. The cost of keeping your teeth is not. So this is one little microcosm, Bob, of why medical care has to change its motif. It has to be, how can I preserve your health, rather than how can I fix you? That's who we are, Bob. And I'd like to end it on that.
That's a perfect.
Save My Teeth. Look at my website.
That's a perfect way to end. Doctor, thank you very much. We'll talk to you next week. A happy new year, and thank you for all your contributions to the show. Dr. Victor Sternberg, everybody. Remember to follow him on his website, Dr. Save My Teeth. It is 9:01. We're going to take a quick look at the weather, and then we should be connecting briefly with Sean Patterson Howard. All right, the weather brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. It's cloudy right now. As you can see, we had some rain off and on. We're going to continue. It's 43 degrees. We'll have spotty showers throughout the afternoon. Tonight, cloudy with more rain arriving after midnight, and we'll get down to about 39 degrees. Now, tomorrow, periods of off and on light to moderate rain. Tomorrow evening, rain will end, and it may there may be a snowflake or two, but we'll get down to 34 degrees. Sunday, a mixture of sun and clouds, windy, getting down to 28 at night. And yes, you guessed right, Monday it will be sunny, 41 degrees and flurries. Let's take a look at who sponsored the bottom of the hour. Plug-in Virtual Reality, Dominic's Fine Cigars, the law firm of Pena & Con, Aging Issues Radio, and the United Hebrew of New Rochelle, the top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhgc.com, and our 905 guest will be with us in a little bit. I'm just trying to figure out now. Okay, make sure all the lines are open so that she can call in. Sean Patterson Howard, and I just want to read this story as it came out the other day. Sean Patterson Howard officially took the office as mayor of Mount Vernon after a private swearing-in ceremony Tuesday afternoon. This in Loha, Jonathan Bandler. She took the oath of office administered by City Judge Nicole Johnson at the historic St. Paul's Church. In a Facebook post just after midnight, she wrote she was, quote, excited and prepared to embark on this journey with people of Mount Vernon. The days ahead, she said, will be challenging. She also wrote, we have wounds to heal and bridges to repair, but I'm confident that we will come together to restore and revive our city, Mount Vernon. Let us work to make our community as strong as we all know it can be. A public inauguration is scheduled for tomorrow at the Nellie Thornton High School. Tickets have already been distributed, but the event will be streamed tomorrow on Facebook. That is at 1 p.m. And we are waiting for her to call. Now, as we look at Monday, we will have George Latimer with us, the county executive. Mayor Noam Bramson will be on board. We're going to try and get Al Tarantino back and check in with another couple of hours, if they will finally come on the radio, of the new city council members that took the oath last week. Then we will talk with Bob Cox at 9 o'clock, as we do each and every Monday. So we have a good Monday show planned for you. Right now it's 9:04. We're going to try and reach out to Sean Patterson Howard ourselves, because it is 9:05, and generally they are with us. So let's see if we can get her. I'm going to try and call her right now. And if we can't get her, then we will just have to live with it. But we have ways of making people talk. So let's see what we can do. All right, 914. I'd hate have to end the show early because someone didn't show, but then again, given the holidays and schedules as they are, that's sometimes what we do. So nope, that's not going to go through either. So we're going to try one more time. Let's do it the other way. Now, is everything Skype? All right, let's try this again. Bear with me, folks. I know this is a little bit laborious, but we do want to get our guest. Otherwise, we'll call it a day, and you can all get your weekend back. Or what do you get your weekend groove on? Is that a term? All right, we're giving it a shot. And nope. All righty. It is. We're going to try and call. We're going to play some music with you, see if we can get it. If we can't, well, that'll be that. Stay with us. Yes, the mayor was preparing to call us, so that is a good thing. We can't wait to talk with her. Now, Sean Patterson Howard follows a real time of turmoil at the city of Mount Vernon, so we're very anxious to meet with her. You're listening to Radio Westchester, and we need to go over the basics again a little bit with you, and that is that we are the radio station at the train station, and the show is Mornings with Bob Marrone. And one of the things, we made a sort of a business decision yesterday, we consider this moment, these 9 o'clock interviews, almost a separate show, and we're going to be bifurcating them as we talk with these special guests and make it a special show. But right now, today, it's still a part of Mornings with Bob Marrone. This is Radio Westchester. You can listen on RadioWestchester.com. You can go to MyTuner Radio and put it on your phone. Take that app on your phone and then go to RadioWestchester.com. You can watch us on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Periscope. You can go to iTunes Radio, and soon we will be on Spotify. So I already read the story, so she knows her own story, and we don't have to do the introduction again. but we're proud to bring you her first introduction to you. This is her first visit as the mayor of Mount Vernon. Please welcome Sean Patterson Howard. Good morning, Mayor. How are you?
Good morning, Bob. I'm well, and yourself? How are you?
Very well. Happy New Year to you and yours. And for you, it's going to be the newest of New Year's, perhaps since you had children. This is wowie. And with all that's gone on, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you, and Happy New Year to you as well.
Thank you so much. Are you used to being called mayor yet?
Well, I think some of my friends have been preparing me for it for a while, so they've been calling me mayor just to make me get used to it.
Yeah, well, I've been calling you mayor-elect now since then, so now I don't have to throw the elect in. You've got a big job ahead. I know that Mr. Former Acting Mayor Wallace tried to stabilize the ship as best he could, but Andre Wallace is not Sean Patterson Howard. Richard Thomas is not Sean Patterson Howard. Ernie Davis is not Sean Patterson Howard. This is your ship now. And share with us what you intend to do as you hit the ground running. What are your priorities?
Well, we don't have a budget. A budget has not been adopted, and so I will be meeting with the comptroller today to really finalize our numbers. We've been meeting with each other over the past few weeks and talking, and I met with the council, and I shared with her their numbers and my numbers, and of course she has to put the final numbers in and see where we are in balancing out the budget. And so we should be able to have that conversation this afternoon. And then hopefully being able to call a Board of Estimate meeting, a special meeting to adopt a budget or to receive the budget and call for our public hearing. Another thing that we have to do is clearly Mount Vernon is riddled with lawsuits. Yeah. And so yesterday I swore in our corporation counsel, which is Brian Johnson. He's been with our legal department here for about 17 years in different capacities, and he's litigated on a local, county, state, and federal level. He's done an excellent job. He is a Mount Vernonite and has been accused of acting like the money is his money. Well, I said, well, that's important.
That's a good thing.
It is Mount Vernon's money, and we are taxpayers, we're homeowners, and so, yes, we want to make sure that we have people in our Corporation Counsel's office that are defending Mount Vernon as if it was their personal money, because it is our money, and we want to make sure that happens. We swore in a new police commissioner yesterday, our Commissioner Glenn Scott, and so he is on the job first thing today. Glenn is a retired lieutenant from Mount Vernon. He had passed captain, but before he could be promoted to that, he did retire. But he is returning to us with over 20 years of experience in the Mount Vernon Police Department and also as a federal law enforcement
Now what happens?
Professional.
Excuse me, Mayor. What happens to Sean Harris, who has the job? Does he move out, or does he get offered another job?
Does.
Okay, he moves out.
He's moved out. And Glenn Commissioner Scott is here. Like I said, he has over 20 years of experience. He oversaw training. He oversaw Special Ops, ESU, Patrol Division, Ceremonial Unit, Support Services. He's overseen almost every division within the police department, and actually years ago was the person who trained a lot of our cops, and so many are excited to see him back. He is a person of integrity. He is a man of few words but many actions. He is even-keeled in his leadership, but he is a strong leader who will hold our officers accountable, but who also will work to expand and build community policing, which supports relationships, but also supports with investigations. Because if the people feel they have a relationship with the police, they will give you information to help prevent things.
Of course.
And once something does happen, they will reach out and let you know what's happening. I can tell you, when he oversaw the patrol division, he had a relationship with every club and restaurant and late-night organization, and they knew his standard, and they abided by his standard. And so we're looking forward to an accountability inside the police department to return and become strengthened, as well as our community partners knowing that they could depend on us, but we will also hold them accountable for ensuring that their businesses are safe and that they're conducting business in a way that does not disturb the public safety. And then we swore in a new fire chief, a chief of fire yesterday of operations, not a fire commissioner, but a chief of operations. And his name is Kim Robert Odendo. And he's been with the fire department for 13 years. Oversees fire investigations, the alarm bureau, training. He's written so many of their protocols, and I'm glad that we got him because people from around the country have been trying to steal him from the department, but he's felt very committed to staying here in Mount Vernon.
Now,
his wife is an educator.
Is this a new position, or does this fill an old position? How does this work?
Oh no, it's an old position. It's usually held by a deputy chief, and they get a little bump to be chief of operations. So they're like the police chief. So they're equivalent to the police chief. This is the highest ranking uniformed person in the department. So he's come through the ranks and done an incredible job, and is very, very forward thinking. He's already hit the ground running, and is very good in protocols and prevention, restoration, resilience. So I'm excited about what he'll bring. You know, we will have over the next few weeks a few other changes, but we also have some people here who are doing incredible work and solid work, and they just need to be allowed to do their jobs as executives outside of the politics, and Mount Vernon will be fine.
Wow, well, good for you. Now, in your previous visits with us, I know you were very concerned about finally getting audits done on some of the departments that report directly to the mayor and others. Have you been, I mean, you're only on the job 2 days, but is that something you're going to get to right away, or had that been in the works by your predecessor?
Well, some of that had been in the works by my predecessor, and I met with our auditors, you know, in between the general election and me being sworn in, and received updates as to where we were, and speaking with them to make sure that we are moving forward rapidly on our audits, but that we're getting the information that we need. So we, in the water department, we are up to, I believe, 2018.
That's pretty
They're
good.
writing up to 2018 in the planning department. They are still working on 2016 and, you know, getting audit ready for 2017 and 18. So a lot of the kind of back work that needs to be done to prepare yourself for audit, they're doing. Our Commissioner Morton, our Deputy Commissioner Sylvia Boulevard in the planning department that also oversees urban renewal, they've been working on this. I've been in City Hall almost every day since November 15th. Every day, from early in the morning until the closing and after closing, and even meeting with commissioners after hours, just to make sure that we were preparing ourselves, and addressing issues just like this. I did not have any authority to give directives and tell people what to do.
Of course.
But, you know, getting the information and having a strong understanding of where we are and where we need to go, I was respectful in understanding that I was only the mayor-elect. But
are you satisfied? Are you satisfied with where these audits are going? I know there was one point where, and you didn't have a lot of disagreements, I know, with the acting mayor, but one was, I think he or his staff was saying that the books were closed. That the books were closed on these audits, but
no, the books were absolutely not closed. You can't close books on 2016,
without an audit, right.
17, 18 without an audit. And so I think that's kind of just a misunderstanding of the fiscal process. And we are working to close the books on 16, and as I said, getting audit ready for 17 and 18. But until you do a reconciliation of 16, you cannot close it.
Well, you're talking my language back from my old days in management. My guest, the brand new spanking, you wouldn't think she's brand new because of her grasp of the issues, brand new mayor of Mount Vernon, Shawn Patterson Howard. And I mentioned it before you came on today. Of course, it's historic because you're the first woman mayor, and of course, ipso facto, the first black mayor. But the way I've explained to you, someone who's an executive and very qualified to be there, While I like the history, it's secondary to what you bring to the table, Mayor. Now, as you were doing the run-up to this, so my compliments to you for that. I don't care what it's nice, but you've got the qualifications, period. At least I think you do. Now, Mayor, having said that, you mentioned, and it really stuck in my ear when you said it, that you were concerned about the police department and criminality. So I can assume that you've tasked Glenn Scott with looking into that.
Absolutely. So, we have our newly sworn-in Commissioner Glenn Scott. The chair of my public safety committee is retired Yonkers Commissioner Charles Gardner.
Yes.
And we have built out a very nice complement of people who are on that committee who will work with our commissioner in going in and doing audits of the police department, really identifying the qualifications of those who are overseeing, who are the commanding officer, the executive officer of each of the divisions, and dealing with that and moving people around. But also we will, have to sit down and meet with the DA, Mr. DA Scarpino. To get an update. And he is looking forward to that again. I could not have that conversation with his office as mayor-elect.
Of course not.
But this is a conversation that we can have now fully, so that we can understand. We have our Deputy Chief Sexton, who has been involved in the Internal Affairs Division, and we will get briefings. We'll be getting briefings on all of the internal and external cases with the police department, as well as the plethora of lawsuits that we have.
Oh, boy, do you ever.
Being the mayor-elect is different. You can have very, very general, broad conversations, but now we can sit down and really, really look and get a better understanding of where we are with each of these lawsuits. It's been challenging because of the administrative dysfunction that's happened over a while.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of detail to the city's business. Not a lot of attention was paid to the details of the city business.
Now,
people were in campaign mode.
Sure.
People were in their defending their own legal mode. People were fighting for recognition. As the mayor.
As mayor, do you get, pardon me for cutting you, I just need to get this out there. Do you get to decide, assuming there is no criminality, if there's civil suits, do you get to decide which ones to go forward with? For example, if you would at some point say some of this stuff is political, do you get to make those decisions, of course, after consulting with counsel, or do they have a life of their own?
Yeah, absolutely. We have an opportunity to meet. I think Mount Vernon has become too litigious.
Yeah.
I think we have just thrown a lot of business to external law firms,
mm-hmm.
or taken advice from external law firms, on things that don't have to be litigated. So, we have some people who have been suspended for different things, suspended 30 days, 60 days, 90 days without pay. Some of those things were absolutely political. Some of those things were, absolutely political, and now they're in lawsuit mode. And we really need to make some decisions as to how we're going to deal with those issues and how we're going to operate going forward. There are lots of questions around, what is retirement age for our public safety people?
Mm-hmm.
How does that work? There are things that we're going to have to clarify through the charter and as we work on charter revision. So, all of these issues as we revise our charter and a few other things will just become more clear, as well as, you need a mayor that's going to really support the operations of the Human Resources Department and hear and listen to the advice of the Human Resources Department as to how some of these matters can be addressed. Because like I said, we have too many matters that have gone on for far too long and have turned from HR matters to now union litigation employee litigation.
Yeah.
And we saw that continue, with the interim administration.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I know that this is all very new, but is there now a sitting commissioner in the water department with all the allegations and things that have surrounded that? Is that something, obviously you've got the audits going. Is there a commissioner there now? Do you need a new commissioner? What is the status of the water department and what are your concerns there?
We have Carlton Sproul, who is the commissioner of the water department. He is a former controller. He has a really great finance background. He's been a pastor in Mount Vernon for over 30
knew
years.
that. Well, hold on. I knew that name. This goes back 15 years when I was in the overnight shift, and I used to introduce the Reverend Sproul. Wow. Now, God, it's a small world. Go ahead.
He is the brother of our city's historian, Larry Sproul. And so, this is a gentleman, when you're running a church, a good-sized church, you're dealing with millions of dollars, but also his background is in finance.
So is he going to be the new commissioner?
Well, he is the current commissioner.
Oh,
he was brought in by acting Mayor Wallace, and he is definitely someone who will remain. I spoke to him as he was coming into the administration. He'd been asked. He was someone who was very supportive of me. That is a decision that I absolutely supported and will continue to support.
The Reverend
he is a man of integrity and excellence. Well, he's a reverend, but I don't want the title reverend to take away from the fact that he is also a former comptroller.
No, I know. I'm just, I got a kick out of it.
I'm a minister. I'm a minister, but I have executive background.
No, well, it's like,
experience.
I believe me, I understand, Mayor, but it's just, for me, remember, radio for me was a second career, so we go all the way back to almost 20 years when you start out, you get coffee and you do overnights and you introduce at 6 o'clock in the morning the religious shows. And I remember the Reverend Carlton Sproul. I mean, this is great. Shouldn't be about me, but it just really rang a bell. And bringing God into the water department cannot hurt.
It cannot hurt.
No, it cannot hurt at all. Well, congratulations to the Reverend, and I'm sure he'll remember me from introducing his shows. What are the other departments? What about the IDA? I guess it's the IDA and the mother of all headaches, the Urban Renewal Agency. What are your plans there?
Well, like I said, we have Commissioner Darren Morton up there, and we have Sylvia Bolivar, who had been there for
which is there?
Which is there?
Which is there? Which ones are we talking about? Are we talking about the IDA? Are we talking about the Urban Renewal? Let's take the Urban Renewal. Who's running that?
Well, Urban Renewal is and Planning Department are combined.
I see.
I mean, it's a separate agency, but it's not. So it operates through our planning department. So Commissioner Morton is the commissioner of planning department and the executive director of urban renewal. Sylvia Bolivar is the deputy commissioner of planning, and she oversees urban renewal. And we had our audit. So the Urban Renewal Agency, insofar as their relationship with HUD, has really been strengthened probably over the last 3.5 years. When I was here with William Wagstaff and Danielle Scholar, we started correcting some things. When Sylvia Bolivar came in, she's a HUD expert, and she continued to correct things. So our program and fiscal audits with Urban Renewal and HUD have been going very, very well. Now it's just completing the organizational audits, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense.
And closing the books on the agency. So insofar as the work that's being done by the Urban Renewal Agency in compliance with HUD, which is where they receive 100% of their funding, has been going well. Now we just need to deal with the interface of the city and the Urban Renewal.
Let's now. What about the IDA? Is that a real concern of yours, or is that just something that takes care of itself?
Absolutely, the IDA. We just started looking at some of the documentation yesterday. I know that acting Mayor Wallace and team had boxed up the IDA information, and we're just holding it, I believe, for law enforcement potentially. But we have to, really crack that agency open. We have some people on our transition team who are former directors of IDAs throughout the county, and we will be working with them to get the IDA on track. It is, the IDA is something that during the 6 weeks between the election and me taking office, I was not able to get a lot of information on. Because there was no IDA director. I met mostly with the commissioners, and since the IDA had been shut down, there was no staff there, no director, so no one for me to meet with around that.
That's going to be like a grab bag Christmas gift. Or maybe I can quote Forrest Gump. you don't know what you're going to get when you open up that box of chocolates. Now,
Right, absolutely.
A question I've always had about your city, and again, we're talking with Sean Patterson Howard. Boy, we set him up and she's knocking him down. She's the brand spanking new mayor of Mount Vernon, and as you can see, she hasn't been just sitting back taking applause for getting elected. She's been very involved, clearly has her arms around a lot of this stuff. I guess it was when I was talking with Mayor Thomas during his days, and maybe even Ernie before that, Ernie Davis. Your city still uses a board of estimate. Isn't that old-fashioned? Are there still boards of estimates, or is that an old-fashioned thing?
No, there's absolutely a board of estimate, and the board of estimate is comprised of the mayor, the president of the city council, and the controller, and that is still in effect.
And what do they do?
Well, they're reviewing different contracts that come into the city, and they have to pass them at the board of estimate level. Some of the legislation, and they send that back to the council clearly initiates the legislation, and the different departments initiate and work on contracts, but they have to be received and approved by the city. The board of estimate has to vote on tax certiorieries. They have to vote on lawsuit settlements. They have to vote on a lot of the big fiscal issues of the city. And the controller, the council, and the mayor's office, being the three parts of government, come together to really decide how we're going to move forward and how we're going to execute.
Now, is it true, as
so,
has been asserted, that most cities no longer have a board of estimate?
This is true. Most no longer had a board of estimates. Some have a board. I know Yonkers has a board of contracts.
More or less the same thing.
And it's a little different. Yeah, it's a little different in the same thing. Yonkers does not have an elected controller. They have an appointed finance person. And so Mount Vernon is one of the few places that has an elected controller and still operates with a board of estimates. So as I stated before, these are some of those things that I guess will be reviewed as part of our charter revision to make sure that we have proper checks and balances in place, but that the checks and balances do not hinder the day-to-day operations of city government. We want to have checks and balances in place because we want to make sure that the money is being used as intended, but at the same time, we do not want to cause such administrative gridlock that it's hard to move the business of the city forward. But, look, I look at having a great relationship with our city council and with our controller's office. We will not agree on everything. But I am looking forward to sitting down at the table and working through what we have to work through in a private setting that is not streamed for social media or Facebook and fought through the press and fought through litigation. Again, I think because people did not communicate well with each other, they did not trust one another, they did not work to build relationships, that people pretty much played to the public audience and dug down and doubled down in their positions instead of really, really coming together to find solutions. So we have to get back to problem solving and not posturing for, public support.
Understood. Now looking forward, if I may, of course you have the budget to do. Now, a person in my position tries to think of what is the public concerned about and then ask you about this. And these are actually simple problems. We heard there were all kinds of stories over the last couple of years, and we're not asking you to relitigate those issues. But do we have enough money to pay for garbage trucks and fire trucks and things like that? Do you anticipate that we have the equipment necessary to do the job and will we be able to budget for it?
Well, I mean, those are capital budgets.
Yes.
And we have not had a capital projects committee in Mount Vernon since 2009, 2010.
You're kidding me.
So we have not at all. So we have not really had a capital plan for the city of Mount Vernon.
You're kidding me.
Things have been not kidding you at all, Bob. And so, like I said, these are some of the things that have to be put back in place.
Are you sure you want this job, Mayor? God bless you.
Yes.
I know you do.
It's all about creating these systems.
Yes, absolutely.
So we have about $1.6 million that we've been able to allocate from community development block grant monies.
Good.
That will be purchasing 3 fire engines for Mount Vernon. We, going forward, as part of our consolidated plan for HUD, we are so when you have money from CDBG, and that's something we have not utilized really well, you have money for public services for your not-for-profit organizations and partners to provide human service type supports. But then you also have money for economic development, and you have money for public facilities and public utilization. And so we have to make sure that we're culling some of those monies together and that we're using that wisely because it's about eliminating blight. So CDBG money and our relationship with HUD is about eliminating blight. So purchasing fire trucks through that is helpful. Purchasing garbage trucks so that we can have that is helpful. Redoing parks in neighborhoods is helpful. Investing some of that money into revitalization of our business district is helpful. Having economic development programs that help people learn more about entrepreneurship, home ownership, having money to use as down payments on first-time home buyers. We have to be more intentional and strategic in how we are utilizing some of the money that is not taken out of our tax levy dollars. And so that's what we're looking to do with some of our urban renewal money. But clearly we have to have a bigger strategy around our capital needs. We have to finish the audits so that we can go out to bond. Our sewers, our need for fire engines, sanitation trucks.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Cars.
I wanted to ask about
critical.
Mayor. I wanted to ask about the sewers, but again, people are listening to you and probably saying, "How did she get her arms around all this in the 8 weeks since she got elected?" 9:34. We're talking with Sean Patterson Howard. She's the newly elected mayor. She's only on the job 2 days, but you think she's been on it 2 years. We're setting them up, and she's knocking them down pretty good. Now, we're going to take a quick break to share the weather and our final break today. And when we come back, we wanted to ask you about revenue, sources of revenue, development, and those kinds of things as you look forward, Mayor. So please do stay right there. Mayor Sean Patterson Howard, let's take a look at the weather, if we may. The weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. And it's 42 degrees right now. It's cloudy. We've had rain off and on today, a few spotty showers this afternoon, so sometimes it will rain, sometimes it won't. Tonight, cloudy with more rain arriving after midnight. Lows around 39. Tomorrow, still periods off and on, but light to moderate rain into Saturday evening. The rain will end, although there may be a snowflake or two. It's not going to snow because the temperature is not going to get below 34, but I think you may see a flake or two. Don't panic. Sunday, a mixture of sun and clouds. It'll be windy, though, getting down to 28 at night. Monday, of course, you'll come back to work and the sun will shine. 41 degrees. The bottom half of the hour as we continue our conversation with the new mayor of Mount Vernon, Sean Patterson Howard. It's brought to you by the United Hebrew of New Rochelle, top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhdc.com. Aging Issues Management, Aging Issues Radio, the law firm of Pena and Kahn, Plug-in Virtual Reality, and Dominic's Fine Cigars. Licensed retailer with a big selection, including Arturo Fuente, Padrones, and more. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located at 204 Boston Post Road in Larchmont. They're open 7 days. Give them a look. And we return to our conversation with Sean Patterson Howard. We've talked about new appointments, a new police commissioner, a new chief in the fire department, and so forth. A lot of interesting stuff. And now we look forward. She mentioned getting the capital budget in shape, et cetera, so that they can buy the equipment that they need. And next we wanted to ask her about the sewers and then look forward even further. Welcome back, Mayor Sean Patterson Howard. Now, with your hyphens, I want to be sure we get this right. If we were just using the last name, it would be Patterson Howard, correct?
Yes, but you could also just call me Sean Howard, Mayor Howard.
All right,
Patterson Howard is my given legal name. It's my legal name. But, on a day-to-day basis, I just really use Howard.
Okay, because we like to be, as you probably already figured out, very respectful of these kinds of things, Mayor. Okay, I know that before Richard Thomas left office, and I guess it was inherited by Andre Wallace as well, there were concerns about the city was being charged by the federal government. I don't know if we were fined or they were threatening to fine you because the sewers weren't repaired yet or whatever had to be done. What is the story with that, and what are your plans for the sewers?
Well, we have purchased some of the sewer equipment that we needed for remediation of the sewers. We've been working diligently on the sewer issue. We still have a long way to go. I mean, this infrastructure in Mount Vernon did crumble overnight, and it will not be fixed overnight. I think sewers are an issue throughout the county, actually. Mount Vernon is not unique in having an old sewer system. We're an old county, and many other communities have not invested. Mount Vernon also suffers with quite a few of our areas having a very high water table, and so just the underground terrain of the community brings challenges, and because we haven't done a lot of preventative maintenance, but a lot of reactionary maintenance, that's going to be a huge obstacle to overcome. But we are working on it, and we are in contract with an organization that is working with us on our sewers. I will have a sewer expert on our transition team also to work with our current DPW commissioner and look and see what we have to do going forward. Nothing is easy.
No, but
nothing is easy.
But you knew that when you signed up for this, Mayor. I want to give you a chance to freelance a little bit. You clearly, I'm kind of amazed that you got your arms around all this stuff already. God bless you. It's going to be a tough job, but you seem to relish it. Now, are you still gung ho?
Absolutely.
I can tell.
I think I am more encouraged now. When you're campaigning, and especially in the beginning, being the underdog, the complete underdog, and not having a lot of outward political support because you're not the party candidate, or I wasn't an incumbent.
That's
I wasn't a former mayor. Most people the establishment looked the other way. The community knew who I was and the work that I've done, and so I've gotten a lot of community level support. But when you're dealing with politics, is about establishment relationships, so that was challenging. Of course, many of those relationships were able to come online after I won the primary and became the Democratic nominee, and you received some more support. But you still have a small team of campaigners. And as we really switch from campaigning mode to governing mode, and you're developing the relationships with the commissioners and you're bringing in staff, you realize that you're not alone. And I think that is the critical key, is to move out of campaign mode and to move into governing mode, and understanding that even people who may not have supported you for the office are not your enemies. And that you have to find a way to work with people. And so, that has been a lot of what I've done. We brought people on our transition team who were not my supporters. Some of them supported Richard. Some of them supported Clyde. Some supported, Ernie or Andre, Delia. But we've been able to pull those people in and help them understand, okay, the campaign is over. And either for the next 4 years, you can be plotting your ascension into this seat with your candidate of note, or you can become a part of the transformation of this city. And so that's really what our conversation has been and our discussion has been, is getting out of campaign mode and into governing mode.
Mayor, were you able to get, we talked about staff, and I know you mentioned this a while back. Are you going to be able to hire a chief of staff, someone who helps you administer?
Well, right now that is in the budget.
Good.
So, we hope that will stay in the budget and that we will be able to have that position because it is critical. There
really
are a lot of moving parts.
Mm-hmm.
There are many departments, and there are some departments that are small, but that doesn't mean they can be ignored. And we have other departments that are huge. And so we need someone to help with the, day-to-day operations of the city, like that COO.
Mm-hmm.
And as the mayor, I also need to be free to think strategically and vision-wise, and all of those things, and then be able to go out and continue to develop the relationships
just as a guy,
that are necessary.
I couldn't agree more. Just, I used to, and I know sometimes the people I work with say, well, don't make it about you, but I used to teach management for many years, and you really need that at the kind of job you have. I couldn't endorse it more strongly. You absolutely have to have that, and I hope you're able to do it. I just had to tell you that. I had to get it off my chest. Good for you. 9:42. Let's take a look before you go, and then we'll give you a chance just to freelance.
Well, I know I kind of have to. We had a special city council meeting this morning, and the council president just came into the office. Okay. So I'm going to probably have to cut.
I'll get you out in 3 minutes. I'll get you out in 3 minutes if that works. Okay,
perfect.
Here's the question. You got a lot of good ideas. You've done a lot. You got your arms around the issues. What about revenue? What can the city do to get revenue, to get business piped up? What plans do you have?
Economic development is definitely a focus, of ours. As I said, our city council president just walked in the room, and they reorganized the committees last night, and so we have the chair of our planning and finance committee, our councilman Marcus Griffith, who just walked in the room, and we are focused on making sure that we have a comprehensive plan, and that within that we are supporting and creating business districts, working with our Chamber of Commerce, our commercial property owners, and new businesses who are interested in coming in. We want to make sure that Mount Vernon is a business-friendly city, but we also want to make sure that we're also making sure that we are not giving the type of incentives that will cripple the city. Mount Vernon, this is a new day. I think that we are on the rise, and as we are coining it, we are the jewel of Westchester, and so we have to realize who we are and what we have to offer. We are working with the Business Council of Westchester. Marsha Gordon is the chair of my economic development transition team. And so we'll be working with WEDC, Women's Economic Development Council. We'll be working with the Chamber and some of our community partners on making sure that we have MWBE certifications. That's Minority Women Business Enterprise, that we are having those certifications. And we will look as a city government to really develop some of our local partnerships around economic development and make sure that the city is doing business with local businesses. We want to recycle our dollars. We want to bring in the type of businesses that will allow us to recycle our dollars. Right now, we go outside of Mount Vernon for entertainment. We go outside of Mount Vernon for shopping. We go outside of Mount Vernon for hotels. We go outside of Mount Vernon for catering and events. And so these are some of the ways that if we have these businesses in Mount Vernon that are robust and that are quality businesses, we will be able to recapture some of the $465 million of money that's being spent outside of Mount Vernon annually, and that will help bolster our tax base as well. And even with our housing strategy, we have incredible train stations, transit-oriented developments, and we're really looking to have those be market rate housing with people who also have expendable income and can spend their money in Mount Vernon. And so, we have an air, land, and sea approach to all of this. But as I've stated over and over again, I'm looking forward to working with the council and the controllers as my partners, because one person cannot turn a city, cannot turn a ship. And there's always more than one person at the helm of the ship, especially your big ships, your cruise ships. They have a whole crew up there, and it's going to take us working together, and we are resetting. I believe if we have to use that word, we're resetting Mount Vernon, and we are redefining ourselves and creating a culture of collaboration. As I stated, we will not always agree on everything, but we will work through it all.
Well, listen, this radio station will always be there for you. You need to get the word out. You need to have a forum. You need to do anything to get the word out. We will be there for you. Happy New Year to you, and we wish you the absolute best of success. And Nice job today. Thank you very, very much. And do try and get some
you.
rest over the weekend. Take care. Mayor Sean
you,
Patterson Howard, thank you very much. Get to your meeting, Mayor. This is Radio Westchester, and we're going to sign off a little early in deference to the mayor. We will, again, thank our sponsors, the United Hebrew of New Rochelle, the top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhgc.com. Aging Issues Management and Aging Issues Radio, the law firm of Payne and Kahn, Plug-in Virtual Reality, and Dominic Cigars. I want to thank all the callers this morning weighing in, as you did on the issue of Residence Park and the acquisition of the College of New Rochelle by the Masons, if you will. Thank you, Vince Russo, Janelle Albritton, Steve Callis, Dr. Sternberg, and of course, Sean Patterson Howard and Mitchell. Thank you. Again, the other callers, Anthony, Tom from Pelham, and of course, Lorraine Carl. Thank you all very much. I will see you all on Monday morning at 6. Well, we'll be on at 6, but we got to take care of business first, and then we pop our mic at 6:11. We'll see you then.